Hey, yo, we got Will Ferrell up in here hosting a TikTok live, baby. Will.
Okay, well that's nice. Probably just gonna move on to the next one. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, what's up? My name is Dylan. How are you doing?
Doing well. How old are you, Dylan?
I'm 22 and I'm a Christian.
Cool. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
So part of the reason why I believe in God is that I know that you said that you believe that the universe is eternal.
I think it's, yeah.
Pretty much all scientists, like virtually all scientists, believe that the universe actually had a beginning. They believe in the Big Bang.
Oh, that doesn't contradict my claim that the universe has always existed. So the current iteration of the universe, as far back as our physics can understand, started with the Big Bang, but that doesn't mean that there was nothing before the Big Bang. I don't know any scientist who holds that there was nothing before the Big Bang.
Well, yeah, they believe that the universe existed as a subatomic particle. So the universe as we know it, and time.
That's not true. Yeah, wait, so they don't really believe in the singularity. That's like a pretty unpopular belief nowadays. Kat, thank you so much. Appreciate it. But if you want a belief that's actually supported by like a lot of evidence, a lot of physicists would probably say that the universe goes through cycles of rapid expansions, like the Big Bang, for example, followed by like rapid contractions. It's called the Big Bounce, Big Crunch theory.
Well, I just heard that the majority of scientists believe that time and space had a beginning. Like I know Stephen Hawking believes that time and space had a beginning.
Yeah, first of all, I don't think that that's true. But second of all, even if it was, I have good reason to think that that's not the case, just because of the fact that there can't be a time without time, which means that time must always have existed.
Yeah, I mean, so you don't... Okay, well, I would say that the evidence kind of points to the fact that time and space had a beginning.
Yeah, what's the evidence?
The expanding universe.
Yeah, I just think that so this is like one expansion in a cycle of expansions and contractions. If you want evidence that there's going to be a contraction, you can look to the fact that dark energy is getting weaker over time, that eventually the universe will stop expanding and it will start contracting. So there's evidence that of course, like I believe in the Big Bang. It's just that the Big Bang doesn't entail that the universe itself, like as a whole, had a beginning. There was still something before the Big Bang.
So you think that the universe expands and contracts in a continuous cycle of expanding and contracting?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, Big Bounce, Big Crunch, yeah.
Is there evidence for that?
Yeah, there is. The fact that the currently dark energy is decreasing, it's getting weaker over time. The only reason the universe expands is because of the level of dark energy. But as it gets weaker, there's eventually going to be a big crunch, which is going to put it back into the extremely small state, just because of forces like gravity that are going to pull everything back in. And then there will likely be another big bounce after that.
Okay, I could see why you would think that. And so another point of reason why I believe in God is that, so we know that life in the universe did not always exist. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
So life in the universe didn't always exist. And from our observations, life can never be born from non-life.
Do you think God's alive?
I believe that God is alive, yes.
Yeah, so by what definition of life is God alive?
What do you mean?
What definition of life? So words have definitions. So the word life, you're using it with a specific definition in mind. By what definition is God alive?
He's conscious.
Okay, so do you think plants aren't alive because they're not conscious?
Well, no, even plants, there was a point in time when plants and no life existed in this universe. So
yeah, but I'm just looking for a definition that includes God and also all other living things. Because typically what life actually refers to is like a complex mix of like metabolism and then like sometimes reproduction.
So yeah, I guess, yeah, plants are alive, but they're not conscious.
Yeah, so the problem is God doesn't have metabolism, so God doesn't fit under any definition of life. So I'm asking you to specify what definition of life includes God.
The fact that he's conscious.
Yeah, so you think that anything, so life is just defined as like a conscious thing. Anything conscious is life.
Well, yeah,
so then plants aren't alive under your definition.
Well, everything that is conscious is life.
Okay, cool. Wait, so if I created like an that gained consciousness, would you say that the artificial intelligence is alive? That this computer is alive?
We haven't done that. I don't think.
Yeah, but if we did, could we conclude? Would you say that that's alive?
I would not think that that's possible to create an artificial intelligence with consciousness.
Oh, well, I mean, I think the trajectory of the field would probably disagree with you, but I'm just asking, if I created an artificial intelligence that had consciousness, would you say that it's alive or not alive?
I would say that that's not possible.
I'm asking you if it would be alive or not alive. Let's not be a wheeling Walter. Let's just answer the question.
I'm answering the question. I'd say that that's not possible.
Oh, well, then if you just want to reject the hypothetical.
Given my definition of consciousness, I don't think that's possible.
What's your definition of consciousness?
Just that we have just an understanding of, well, I think that consciousness is given by God.
But I'm asking you what your definition of consciousness is.
Just that, like, it's honestly that's hard to give a definition of personally.
So you literally cited your definition of consciousness as being like one of the reasons why artificial intelligence could never have consciousness. So I'm just asking you for what your definition of consciousness is that would exclude necessarily like artificial intelligence. Otherwise, I have no reason to think that life comes from non-life insofar as your definition is inconsistent.
Okay, well, let's just go back to the argument here. From our observations, life is never born from non-life.
Yeah, I just don't know by what definition God would be considered alive. Typically, if something's alive, it's capable of also being unalived. God can't be unalived, so that doesn't really make sense.
Well, I'm talking, this argument is kind of separate from God. I'm saying that from our observations, life is never created from non-life. So how do you believe that life was created? How do you believe that life was created?
Wait. I'm not going to let you pivot away from this. I need you to specify in what way God is alive. So wait, can I get a definition of life? While we're waiting for that, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 15K likes. Just keep on double tapping. Share it with your friends. Drop a follow. Drop a comment. Do all of those good things if you want to support the stream. Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. If you want to join the community, if you're 18 or older, if you want to go play bingo right now, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I would absolutely love to see you there. Only join if you're 18 or older. It's discord.gg/allegedly-Ian. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Do you have the definition?
So I would just say that something that's like with my claim that life never comes from non-life.
Wait. So what I asked you for was a definition of life. I want a definition of life that includes all the things we consider alive and also includes God, because I don't think that definition exists.
The definition of life?
Yeah.
Part of it is consciousness, I would say.
Oh, so then plants aren't alive?
Nope, I would say plants are alive.
Yeah, but they're not conscious. So if part of your definition of life, part of the necessary and sufficient conditions to be alive is consciousness, then you would just end up saying that plants aren't alive. Oh, also, I don't know if you know this, but if you're off the app, I can't hear you.
Sorry. I would say reproduction has something to do with it too.
Oh, does God reproduce?
Well, he creates life.
So does God create like more gods?
No, he doesn't. He creates humans, he creates angels, he creates animals.
Yeah, so typically reproduction involves like the creation of a thing that is like of the same species.
So is your argument that God is not alive because he is not like physical?
My argument is that God isn't alive because there's not going to be a definition of life that includes all the things that are alive and also includes God. Because typically what life refers to is like a biological process. God doesn't have biology.
Yeah, he's a spiritual being that is conscious.
Yeah, so he's not alive. Exactly.
I would say that he's alive.
Yeah, but it's unclear under what definition he would be considered alive. MS Cat, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Well, I guess, I mean, if you're going by like a dictionary definition that includes like physical life, then yeah, God supersedes that, but that doesn't mean that God isn't alive.
Yeah, I'm just asking, like, what definition would God be considered alive under?
The fact that he's conscious.
Yeah, but there are things that are alive that aren't conscious. So I'm just asking, what's going to be true of all things that are alive?
Yeah, there are things that are alive that are not conscious, but everything that is conscious is alive.
Well, yeah, but I'm just asking you for the necessary and sufficient conditions. I'm asking you for like the full definition.
I would say something that can reproduce and something that's alive. And so, something that's conscious and that can reproduce.
So a conscious thing that can reproduce. So plants aren't alive.
Well, they can reproduce,
but they're not conscious.
Yeah, you don't have.
So you said that they need to be conscious.
Consciousness or reproduction.
Oh, okay. Wait. So there's like literally some inanimate molecules that can reproduce, that can create more of themselves, but these aren't alive.
Like
there's like There's like no, not bacteria, like self-replicating molecules that
like
can
what?
create more of themselves. So if you take like I forget the name. I was never good at chemistry, but it's like a. I can send you a paper on it if you're interested. But it's just like a molecule that's not alive, but it can create more of itself by like fraying at the edges. Like it builds itself up, and then it like a part of it like splits off and becomes like a new form of it. But it's not alive. I think
this is kind of delved too far. My point being is that.
Well, wait. We haven't delved in too far at all. This is exactly in line. So you're saying that I'm just asking for a definition of life that includes all the things that are alive, but but also includes God.
Well, consciousness. Let's just say this: everything that is conscious is alive.
I'm asking for a definition of life. I'm not asking for a sufficient condition. I'm asking for a definition.
Well, it is a sufficient condition.
I just told you I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for a definition. I'm asking for a necessary and sufficient condition.
So your point is that God is not physical, so that he's not alive.
My point is that you can't give a definition, a full definition that includes God.
Well,
I have no reason to think that God is alive. So that means that in both of our views, we have life coming from non-life.
Well, if there is a God, then he is alive, because I would say that consciousness, anything that is conscious is alive, because the fact that everything that is conscious is alive. I mean, I don't really understand the point that you're trying to make.
Well, yeah. Wait. So you're just going back in on this. I'm not asking, and I'll tell you this for like a third time. I'm not asking for a sufficient condition. I'm asking for a necessary and sufficient condition. I'm asking for a definition.
But
you can't give me a definition of life that includes God.
I would say anything that is conscious is alive, though, and that does include God.
But that's not a definition. That's a sufficient condition. I'm asking you for a necessary and sufficient condition for the word that you used.
It applies to what you're trying to say, which is that God is not alive because he's not physical.
Yeah, well, but it's not relevant because I'm asking you for a definition. You can give me the sufficient condition as many times as you want. That's not an answer to my question. I'm asking you for a definition. Do you understand the request, or do I need to clarify to you what a definition is?
Well, I'm not really good at giving. What's your definition of life? Because I'm not really good at.
I'm not making any claims about life, so I don't have one.
So you don't have a definition of life?
No, I'm not making claim. Okay, I'm not making any claims about it, so it's not relevant.
So what's this non-living molecule that can reproduce?
Yeah. Do you want like a paper on it?
What is it?
Yeah, I mean, I can like pull the paper up. It probably has like a very technical name, so.
Yeah, what's it called? Because I've never heard of this.
Yeah, that's just going to be my drive. Okay, cool. So the name of the paper is Spontaneous Emergence of Self-Replicating Molecules Containing Nucleobases and Amino Acids. That's the name of the paper in case you're interested. I don't know if there's like a specific name. There probably is. I'm just not known enough to know it. But there is a paper that demonstrates the existence of self-replicating molecules and the ways that they can form on their own.
Okay, so what do you believe created life?
Well, I mean, I think life emerged via molecules like the ones in this paper that came about via like literally in this experiment. They literally just like put a bunch of, I think, peptides in like a glass and then like shake it about. Cyber, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. W Cyber, W666, W Satan, hail Satan. Appreciate that, Cyber. So they create like these self-replicating molecules just on their own via like mixing a bunch of chemicals together. They just form naturally. And then via this, they also gain other abilities like metabolism. So I think over a long enough period of time of like molecules like these adapting and gaining a metabolism, they eventually became protocells and eventually became cells.
Okay, well, from our observations, life is never created from non-life, ever.
Oh, okay. Well, so from our observations, I've never seen God say abracadabra and then the universe appeared.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you would just hold that like this critique applies equally to your view as well.
Yeah, I would say
so
that,
your critique is toothless.
Well, I would say that from our observations, life never comes from non-life is evidence that there was a creator which created life.
Yeah, so could you show me the evidence that God created life?
Well, I would just say that that's the most rational explanation, in my opinion, because
why is that?
Because how come if life can be created from non-life, how come we've never observed this phenomenon? Yet you're willing to say that, oh well, life can be created from non-life, but it only happened in the beginning, and nowhere else have we ever seen this happen.
Yeah, but you know that you can just replace like. I can just run that exact argument like bar for bar at you. We've only seen God create life one single time, and we've never seen it again. So why would we believe that this is true?
I agree, because my point
so
is.
Then your argument is like it applies. Like we are on under your argument that you made. You are on the exact same footing as the atheist in terms of where life came from.
This
you
is
have
my
the exact same evidentiary ground.
This is my point, that it requires just as much faith on your part as it does on my part.
It sure doesn't. So first of all, okay, wait, I'm about to explain how. First of all, even if you like point out that there is like faith in my worldview, that's not a proof of God. But second of all, there isn't faith in my worldview. There's evidence. For each step that's involved in abiogenesis, we have evidence for it. We have evidence that this is a step that can form naturally on its own. We
don't have any evidence.
Oh, wait. So do you want to critique the paper that I sent? The spontaneous emergence of self-replicating molecules containing nucleobases and amino acids. Do you want to give a critique of that paper right now?
Are you talking about inorganic molecules creating organic molecules? Is that
no, the paper about like self-replicating molecules? Do you have a critique of this?
Well, that's not an example of life being created from non-life.
Yes, but it's an example of a thing coming about that is self-replicating, that has one of the key processes involved in like a cell.
Yeah, so it's
the self-replication of it. So this is a key step in how we could get cells at all in the first place.
So it's a cell that self-replicates, and you think that
it's not a cell, it's a molecule which then gains the ability over time under the theory of abiogenesis to have a metabolism, to convert energy towards specific ends, and after that it becomes like a protocell, and then after enough evolution it becomes a cell.
Well, we've never observed that happen ever.
And we've never observed God creating life.
And my point is,
but we have evidence that all of these steps happen. Could you point out to me the magic in the world, which is your mechanism for how these things came about? If we do an evaluation of the mechanisms, we know that all of these mechanisms happen naturally. Could you point me out the example of God saying abracadabra in real life?
Because you can't say that there's evidence for life being created from non-life.
Yeah, so can you critique the paper then, the peer-reviewed study that I cited?
What is it?
Yeah, so the study is spontaneous emergence of self-replicating molecules containing nucleobases and amino acids. I'll read that one more time. Spontaneous emergence of self-replicating molecules containing nucleobases and amino acids. Now, I suspect what's about to happen is that a guest is going to come back, shrug his shoulders, or he's going to stay away for a long time and then come back and try to pivot to something new. Or perhaps even, if we're very lucky, he's going to come back and restate his conclusion one more time. But what's not going to happen is that we're not going to hear a very interesting critique of this paper. But I am excited to see. So what's the critique? Let's hear it.
That's not a fact.
Wait. Yes, it is. It's a peer-reviewed study. Yeah,
it's a peer review studied on a theory that's not.
It's not a theory. This was an experiment.
No, but I'm talking about life being created from
Oh,
non-life.
yeah. So you're pivoting away. You're pivoting away from the study. You couldn't give a critique of the study, so now you're pivoting away from it. This is evidence that abiogenesis happened.
Explain how this study proves abiogenesis.
It's evidence for abiogenesis. Specifically, it outlines one of the key mechanisms that would make abiogenesis possible: the natural formation of self-replicating molecules.
Yeah, so self-replicating non-living molecules.
Yep.
And
which is a key step in the formation of living replicating molecule or self-replicating molecules.
So self-replicating non-living molecules, and for that non-living molecule to become living, that step is not there.
Yeah, but we have more steps that are involved in this. Like we have the formation of a thing that is also non-living with metabolism. So there are unknown steps, but the existence of unknown steps does not mean God did it, because again, we have no evidence that God exists. So we have evidence for abiogenesis, whereas we have no evidence.
I don't think that that's much evidence. Just
you don't wait. So then, if it's not much evidence, then give a critique of the study.
I didn't read the study.
Yeah, I know you didn't.
But
so then how are you going to dismiss? So you are dismissing the evidence that you didn't even read. Is that correct?
Because I'm asking you about it. I'm asking you about it, and you explained it pretty much. You explained it to me saying that it's about self-replicating non-living molecules, but that for the step of something that's non-living to become living is a pretty big step that both of us don't have a full proof of how that came to be. But the way that I think is that the most rational explanation is that life came from life, and you think that life came from non-life.
Well, no, because first of all, you've been incapable of proving that life comes from life insofar as you haven't given a definition of life. And second of all, you haven't given a single critique of the evidence. Why? Just because we can't, just because we're missing like key steps of this, like
that's like the biggest step.
Wait.
That's literally the biggest step.
Hold on. Just because we're missing a couple of steps in the innumerably large steps that would be involved for abiogenesis to occur doesn't mean that abiogenesis didn't happen, and it definitely doesn't mean that God did it. So we have evidence for the steps by which abiogenesis happened. We have evidence for the key steps, in fact. Whereas, what's our evidence that God did it? None.
Well, the key step would be life coming from non-life.
Well, yeah. So life isn't just like it's not going to pop out of nowhere. It needs to form by gaining and acquiring a given number of criteria. It needs to gain the ability to be self-replicating. It needs to gain the ability to have a metabolism. These are key steps, and it needs to gain both of these at the exact same time. It needs to be isolated from its outside environment as well. Now, for all three of these, we know the natural mechanisms by which these things can happen on their own. The connection step in between them, however, is unclear, but the science is progressing every single day. And just because the science doesn't exist yet does not mean that God did it. You still need to provide your evidence that God did it.
Yeah, well, the biggest key step is life being created from non-life, which we
Can you summarize what I just said? Because it seems like you're not listening.
Yeah, you said that just because we don't know, science doesn't know that how it happened, that doesn't mean we're not going to.
That's not what I said. So do you want to take another stab at summarizing what I said, or were you just not listening?
That is what you said. You said just
that's
because
not what I said. You said it was a bit more nuanced. Can you give like
just because
wait? Do you want to give a Steelman version of what I said?
Part of it was just because we don't have the science for how life was created from non-life, that doesn't mean God did it.
Did you pick up on anything else?
No.
Yeah, you weren't listening. So I'll summarize this one more time for you. Try to listen this time. So there are innumerable steps in abiogenesis, and we have the key steps figured out. We have the steps for how self-replicating molecules can emerge via natural processes. We have the steps for how like metabolism can form via natural processes. We have the steps for how like isolated system can form via natural processes as well. But the steps that combine these two, combine these like three characteristics into one, these steps are unclear because the science is relatively new. But just because the science is new and it hasn't yet discovered these things does not mean that these things do not exist. This isn't evidence that, like, the fact that science has not yet figured it out doesn't mean that God did it. By this logic, you would be in ancient Greece believing in, like, Zeus or Poseidon because you didn't have science yet. So you just have to assume that, like, God's doing it. Like, where's the lightning coming from? I guess it's God. How do tides happen? I guess it's God.
Well, okay, well, I see what you're saying, but I mean, the biggest key step to proving abiogenesis is that life coming from non-life. Like, yeah, we can have self-replicating molecules, but that doesn't really mean that life can be created from non-life.
Yeah, wait, so I'm just asking, like, what's your evidence that God exists, though? Because I've already laid out pretty expressly, and I responded directly to this point, but you had nothing to say to any of my response, so you just restated your conclusion. You have no response to any of what I just said, but that's fine, because I'm interested in your claim. What's your evidence that God exists?
Okay,
because
well,
you say so. Because if your evidence that God exists is that God created life, then that's just circular.
Well, no, my evidence is that we've never observed life being created from non-life. And you can say that, like, we have all this evidence that, self-replicating molecules exist, and that's a part of abiogenesis, but I would disagree with that. So I would say that scientifically,
you think self-replication isn't a part of abiogenesis? What's the argument for that?
No, I would say that a self-replicating non-living molecule is not evidence that life can be created from non-life.
And why is that?
Because what do you mean? I don't think that that's evidence of life being created from non-life.
Yeah, I understand that that's your claim. I'm asking, why is this not evidence?
Because we have self-replicating molecules, and how come we've never seen self-replicating molecules?
Wait, that's a question. I'm asking you for the I'm asking for the explanation. Why is that? Why is this not evidence? Do you understand the question, or do you need clarification on it?
Because from our observations, self-replicating molecules have never created life.
Yes, they have. From our observation, the leading scientific theory is that they have. I mean, if you wanted to cite the earlier, you agreed that the Big Bang was the leading scientific consensus. Why did you appeal to the Big Bang theory if you don't believe in the leading scientific consensus?
The Big Bang theory. Okay, the theory that life or that the universe.
You appealed to the Big Bang theory.
I'm explaining why.
You can't put the scare quotes theory around it. If earlier you were appealing to the Big Bang theory.
Because I'm trying to explain why.
Yeah, go for it.
So the reason why I'm appealing to the Big Bang is that we have evidence that time and space are not eternal, that there was a beginning. I'm not saying that the universe existed. The expanding universe.
Oh, cool. So the Big Bang theory. So you believe in the Big Bang theory. Perfect.
Yes, because we know that the universe is expanding and has been expanding. And most virtually all scientists believe that time and space had a beginning and is not eternal.
They don't believe that, but I'm glad you've now latched yourself onto this argument. So if you're going to say that the majority of scientists believe this, then I'm going to say that the majority of scientists believe in abiogenesis. That's your exact argument. Can you disprove that the majority of scientists believe in abiogenesis?
That maybe they do, but what I'm saying is,
so then by your logic, under the argument that you gave, you would accept abiogenesis.
Because I would say that the expanding universe is evidence that time and space are not eternal, but I would say that a self-replicating molecule is not evidence that life came from non-life.
Yeah, and was that? Because so in both of these cases, you appealed to just scientific consensus. Now, first of all, it's not the science. Pete, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Pete. First of all, it's not the scientific consensus. Hate to break it to you, that time and space had a beginning.
Yes,
to them.
You can look that up.
Well, that's not what the Big Bang theory says.
Well, you can look up. Do most scientists?
I know a lot about the Big Bang theory. I know that the majority of scientists believe in the Big Bang theory, but if you would listen, you would hear me say, that's not what the Big Bang theory is saying. The Big Bang theory does not claim that time and space had a beginning. It just claims that the universe used to be extremely small and then it rapidly expanded. None of that entails that there must have been a beginning to time or anything like of that sort.
I literally just looked it up, and yeah, time and space beginning with the Big Bang is a
source. Can I get a source?
I just looked it up on Google.
Yeah, can I get a source? Let's get the source. keep on double tapping on that screen while we wait for the source. Let's get all the way up to 30K likes. Share it with your friends. Drop a follow as well. Damn, this is a long time period. This is not the amount of time it takes if you had the source pulled up.
Dude, it literally, when I looked it up, it was the first thing.
Yeah, what's the source? What's the source?
It said AI overview, so it's a bunch of sources.
Oh, okay, wait. So can you just give me the one specific source?
Okay, hold up.
But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. If you want to join the community, go play bingo. If you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's a great place. We have community nights every Saturday. Yeah, every Saturday. We had one last night. We did a game night. It was fun. I enjoyed it. And you should consider joining if you like hanging out. I know I certainly do. I spend lots of time in my server. I'm in VC constantly. I love talking to people there. I'd love to meet you. So if you're interested, consider joining the server. There's a link to the Discord in my bio. I would love to see you there. Yeah, what's up? What do you have for me? Let's get the source. Where is it? Let's see it.
Can you hear me?
Not when you're off the app. What's the source?
So it's BBC Science Focus. What was before the Big? Everything you need to know. But I mean, you could just look up, do majority of scientists believe that time and space had a beginning? And it's going to say yes. Like, you could just look that up plain out on Google.
Oh, wait, so this is like a completely speculative piece, the one you're citing, because nobody actually knows what happened before the Big Bang, but all of the evidence that is currently available, the new evidence, like, when was this article published? I can't really find the date of this article, but evidence that's like from within like just a couple of months ago seems to indicate that there was a big bounce and that there's going to be a big crunch.
Okay, well, all right. Well, I would just say that the evidence points to time and space having a beginning, and that's what Stephen Hawking believed. Like one of the.
I don't really care about like appeals to authority.
I would say majority of scientists believe that.
I don't really care about appeals to authority.
All right. Well,
wait, actually, no, this is like really easy because I can actually just like this. I have an argument for this anyway. Okay. So I'm going to tell you that, so creation requires time. Here's why. I'm going to give you 5 premises. You need to reject one. Otherwise, time can't be created. So, creation is a change of states. A change of states is a change. A change requires a before and after. A before and after requires a past, present, and future. And a past, present, and future requires time. Which of these 5 premises do you disagree with?
I don't understand.
Yeah, just like reject a premise. So otherwise, we have from the start. Wait. Otherwise, yeah. Wait. Let me help you understand. So otherwise, we have that creation requires time, which means time can't be created because in order to create, time would already need to exist.
Oh, I actually disagree with that one because I believe that God exists outside of time.
Yeah. So which premise do you reject?
The idea, the one that you just said, where that's
the conclusion. That's the conclusion. Which premise do you reject? Dexter, thank you so much for the 10 subscriptions. Welcome to the community, everyone who got it. Let's get a big W, Dexter, down in the comment section. Appreciate you.
So can you repeat each single one again?
Yeah. So creation is a change of states. A change of states is a change. A change requires a before and after. A before and after requires a past, present, and future.
A change. What do you mean a change requires a before and okay?
Yeah. So you have a before state and an after state.
Okay. And then what's the next one?
A before and after requires a past, present, and future. A past, present, and future requires time.
Well, the one that you said before the last one, I believe that God exists outside of the dimension of time.
So you think that a change does not, or that so you think before and after does not imply a past, present, and future? How can you have a before and after if you don't have past, present, and future?
Well, we know that time is a dimension, right? Isn't time like the 4th dimension?
How do you think that answers my question?
Well, I believe that God exists outside of the dimension of time.
That's different than the answer you gave. But how do you think that this answers my question?
Because what do you mean?
Yeah, so I'm just asking you, on what basis do you reject that before and after? If you have a before and after, then you have a past, present, and future.
Yeah, so I believe.
How can you have a before and after if you don't have a past, present, and future?
Well, I believe that God exists outside of time, and he sees all of time as like in one glance.
That's not an answer to the question. The question again, how can you have a before and after if you cannot have, or if you do not have a past, present, and future? If he sees all of it in one glance, then that seems that there's no before and after.
Yeah, so God is.
So then this isn't a rejection of this principle. It's not the fact that you're giving me is unrelated by your own admission.
Yes, I believe that just God exists outside of time.
Perfect. So then so we agree that what you said was unrelated to the premise. So which of these 5 premises do you reject?
The one before the last one, which
So I'll ask you again, why do you reject it?
Well, because you're basically saying that God can't exist outside of time.
That's not what I'm saying at all. Do you wait? Can you tell me? Do you even know what premise you rejected? What was the 4th premise?
You said that.
You have no idea.
Well, yeah. I mean, you kind of.
rejecting a premise you don't even know.
No, I forgot it. You kind of put me on the spot.
Yeah. The premise again was just a before and after. If you have a before and after, then you also have a past, present, and future.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you have a before and after, you have a past, present. So yeah, you're saying that time cannot be created because to have a before and after, you need a past, present, and future.
No. Wait. Let's just forget all the rest of the conversation. Just focus on this one premise. Why is this one premise not true? How is it possible to have a before and after if you don't have a past, present, and future?
And you're talking about in terms of like time being created, right?
It doesn't matter. It's just the premise itself. How can you have a before and after anywhere, at any time, like in any way? How can you have a before and after if you don't have a past, present, and future?
I believe that in terms of like in this universe, but I believe that God exists outside of time.
Yeah, and how does that, but you've already said that explanation doesn't relate to the premise.
Yeah.
So wait, we are presupposing that something has a before and after. So let's say that event A has occurred and it had a before and after. Jojo, thank you so much for the corgi. Appreciate you. How is it possible to have a before and after if you do not have a past, present, and future? Can you give me an example of something that has a before and after but doesn't have a past, present, and future?
So everything has a before and after, past, present, and future, except for God.
Wait. I'm asking you, can you give me a thing that has a before and after, but does not have a past, present, and future? You need to give me something that has a before and after, but does not have a past, present, or future. Otherwise, you're forced to accept. So then you would accept that if you have a before and after, then you also have a past, present, and future.
So I would say that God exists outside of time.
That doesn't... What was the question that I just asked you?
If you have a before and an after, you have a past, present, and future.
Yeah, so could you provide me with a thing that does not have a before, or that has a before and after, but does not have a past, present, or future?
God.
Oh, so what's God's before and after?
What do you mean, what's his before and after?
Yeah, so what's God's before and after?
I mean, he's eternal. He never changes.
Yeah, so then God does not have a before and after. This is another example that proves my point. You can't provide me anything that has a before and after, but does not have a past, present, and future.
Okay, so is this whole argument saying that time cannot be created?
Yes, that's the conclusion. Yeah, but you need to reject a premise. Otherwise, this is like walking to the top of a staircase and then claiming that you're not on the top of the staircase. You need to reject a premise. Otherwise, you need to accept the conclusion that time cannot be created.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a tricky one. So everything with a before and an after has a past, present. So, but you're saying everything with a before and an after. So if you're saying time is eternal, there is no before and after to time.
Time is infinite.
So it doesn't apply to something that has a before and an after?
So it doesn't apply to something that... There's like befores and afters present in time, but time itself has always existed.
Okay. All right. So I guess we disagree with the fact that time, we disagree with the fact that time and space were created, and we disagree with the fact that life came from non-life.
Wait, but you can't disagree with that. If you disagree with that, then reject a premise. If you can't reject a premise, then you can't disagree with it.
I don't see how these premises point to the fact that time cannot be created.
Oh yeah. So do you understand how these premises? The conclusion is that creation requires time. That time must exist in order for creation to occur.
No.
Okay, cool. So I'll walk you through that. So let's go through the premises. So it starts with creation is a change of states. A change of states is a change. A change requires a before and after. A before and after requires a past, present, and future. A past, present, and future requires time. So we have, via a chain of requirements, we have that creation requires time.
Well, not if God exists outside of time.
So which premise do you reject?
You're saying that creation requires time, but I believe that God exists outside.
Which premise do you reject?
The fact that the one that you just said, where for something to be created, there needs to have time. I believe that God exists.
That's the conclusion. That's not a premise.
Well,
this is like walking to the top of the staircase and then saying, I'm not on top of the staircase.
I reject the conclusion just because God is the only being.
Gotcha. So you accept all of the premises and then you reject the conclusion.
Yeah, because they don't apply to God, which he exists outside.
Then reject a premise. Which of these premises don't apply to God?
Yeah, all of these premises apply to like us, but they don't apply to God. Because
which of these? Wait. So in God's view, a change of states isn't a change.
No,
really?
I was just talking about the ones in terms of time.
Yeah, they're all in terms of time. Change requires time. But from God's perspective, does a change of states require a change?
Oh, yeah. That does.
Yeah, perfect. So then that one's true to God. From God's perspective, is creation a change of states? Is the universe the same before and after he creates?
Yeah, no, I see, yeah.
Yep. So is there... when God creates, is there a before and after?
Yeah, in the creation, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So from God's perspective, when he creates, for a before and after, as we agreed earlier, there's also a past, present, and future.
Yeah, within the time, within time, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So time, in order to create, you need time to exist, which means God can't create time because time would need to precede creation.
I believe that he exists outside of time.
So which premise do you reject?
All of those premises apply within our universe,
and which doesn't apply outside of our universe?
The fact that God exists outside of time and he created time.
Do you think the fact that God existed outside of time and that he created time is a premise to my argument?
What do you mean?
I asked you to reject a premise. Which premise doesn't apply to God?
What premise would you say? So what I just said, the fact that God exists outside of time and he created time, what does that disagree with?
Because it doesn't reject a premise. It doesn't disagree with any of the premises.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I just said that God created time, right?
Yeah,
so
and I'm telling you that he can't do that. The argument that you have been incapable of refuting concludes with the fact that God cannot do that.
Which premise disagrees with the fact that God exists outside of time and he created time?
None of them. Well, they all disagree with the idea that he created time. None of them implicate his atemporality. He can be atemporal and also have time. He just can't have created time. Time needs to have always existed.
Why?
Because of the argument. Because it can't have a beginning.
Why?
Because if a beginning, then a beginning is a change of states, and then the rest of the argument is the same.
Because the beginning is a change of
for something to begin, there's a change in states.
So yeah, it went from not existing to existing.
Yeah, a change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not really understanding how like the premises that you state kind of disprove the fact that God exists outside of time and he created time. Because I mean, of course that's possible. Of course it is possible for God to exist outside of time and to have created time. Like just because you're claiming these premises that exist, like that apply to us, that doesn't mean that it applies to God who exists outside of time.
Yeah. Wait, so which premises don't apply to God?
I would say whichever one you said that means it's whichever one that you said means that it's impossible for time to be created.
That's the conclusion. What you're taking issue with is the conclusion. You know, I agree that Socrates is a man, and I agree that all men are mortal, but I don't know, like all this is Socrates is mortal stuff. I'm not too sure. Like you can't accept all of the premises and then reject the conclusion.
Okay, so which premises that you stated pretty much proves that
all
time
of them
did not have a beginning?
It's like a staircase.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would disagree.
And on what grounds?
I believe that
you're just going to reject the conclusion again. You need to reject a premise.
I don't think that those premises kind of point to the fact that, you know, God can exist outside of time and that he could have created time.
So they point to the fact that he couldn't create time. They don't make any statements, any mention about whether he can exist outside of time. That's not really what this argument is interested in.
Okay, well, I guess I don't really understand the argument. The
argument is that he couldn't create time because time must always exist. Otherwise, you would have a change as time comes into existence, but change itself requires time.
So you're saying that for time to come into existence, there would have to be time before time?
Yes, exactly, precisely. Which is why it can't come into existence. You can say God exists outside of time. You can just have like two eternal things. You can say time existed forever and that God existed forever.
Well, I just know that there's plenty of scientists, including Stephen Hawking, that believe that time has a beginning.
I would impale Stephen Hawking on this argument. Stephen Hawking couldn't find a premise to reject either, I bet.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's kind of my fault for not really understanding like fully what you're saying. So could I move on to a different argument and why I believe in Christianity?
Well, we've just been talking for a while, so probably got to move on to the next guest.
Really quickly, like give me like 1 minute.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the reason why I believe in Christianity is that, well, we know for a fact that Jesus was crucified. That's a historical fact recorded by first century Roman and Jewish historians. Would you say that that's right?
I can say sure. I don't know.
Well, it is a historical fact that Jesus was crucified. All scholars would agree that this is a fact.
I don't think all scholars would agree to that, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I mean, you can look it up later. And it's also a historical
fact.
I've
already looked it up, and I know that there's lots of scholars who even reject that Jesus existed at all.
I'd say that like that's less than 1%. I heard that the statistic is 98.8% scholars believe that Jesus was crucified and he died on the cross.
Maybe, but there's still going to be scholars who don't think he existed at all. But that's fine.
Yeah,
I can grant those. Okay. Yeah, so let's say Jesus like died on the cross. Sure, go for it.
Also, a historical fact that the apostles, the original disciples, were all brutally martyred, not over faith, but over claiming to have seen Jesus risen from the grave.
Prove it.
That's a historical fact too. That's recorded it's recorded as a part of history. It's written by Josephus. The martyrdom of the
sure isn't.
It is.
Wait, so can you even name the book that Josephus wrote?
Antiquities of the Jews.
Yeah, so what page in Antiquities of the Jews is that going to be?
I don't know the page, but he wrote about
it most certainly does not say that.
It records of the martyrdom of James.
Oh, it doesn't do that. So could you point that out to me?
It does.
Yeah, could you show me?
Look it up.
Wait, and is it martyrdom on the basis that he said that Jesus resurrected? Does it specify that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so show it. I believe so. There's 3, to the best of my knowledge about the historical facts, there's like 3 that we're pretty sure were martyred. We have literally no evidence that they died because they claimed that Jesus had resurrected.
Yeah, you can look it up.
I've already looked it up. I've read books on this.
I just looked it up.
Yeah, wait, so what's your source then?
Are you asking about like the specific page number?
Sure, yeah, for Antiquities of the Jews, yeah. So if I do like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to. It
yeah,
says
so if I control it, Andrew, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Let's get a W Andrew in the comment section. I appreciate that.
So I mean, if you could just look it up, I mean, you'll find it. Like,
Yeah,
right
I'm looking it up right now. What I'm looking at, I have a PDF of the Antiquities of the Jews pulled up on my computer right now. I have Control F with the word resurrect.
Well, you
or
could
do you want? Wait. Which word do you want me to Control F that would say that they died to protect the lie that Jesus had resurrected?
I mean, it writes that he was stoned for refusing to denounce Jesus.
Yeah. So where in that is there a resurrection?
I mean, they all preach the resurrection.
Prove it.
What do you mean, prove it? Like, prove
Do you not
that,
understand the question?
prove that they believed in. That was literally the whole focal point of Christianity.
Yeah, but
At the time
prove
was
that like, wait, so which book was written by James again?
Oh, he didn't write a book. He was the half brother of Jesus.
Yeah, perfect. So prove that James preached the resurrection.
That's literally what all Christians at the time were preaching.
Prove it.
I mean, that's what the 4 gospels say.
Yeah, so the gospels are going to be wildly unreliable and self-contradictory. Could you tell me, so I have a question about the day that Jesus was killed. Was it before Passover or after Passover?
I think it was right after Passover.
Oh, because
actually don't know.
if it's after Passover, I'm pretty sure the first 3 would disagree with you. Or maybe it's the 4th one that would disagree with you.
They disagree on when he was killed.
Yeah, they disagree on the date of his death. Yeah.
Are you sure? What's
Yes,
your,
because like the Last Supper, like the Passover supper. So I think in the first 3, it's after, or maybe it's before. No, I think it's before for the first 3, and then the last one it happens after.
I don't think there's a contradiction there. I've never heard of that.
But so you don't think that there's a contradiction saying that this person was killed on this day, and then another person says that they were killed on this day? Can you be killed on 2 different days?
No, I don't think that it actually states a difference. Like, where's the evidence of that?
Well, yeah. So the Last Supper is like literally like the Passover supper.
I mean, like, give me the verses where it contradicts.
Yep.
The time of death.
Date of Jesus' death. I don't want the hour, I want the day. Okay, so we have okay, so in the synoptics in Mark 14:12, Matthew 26:17, and Luke 22:15, they have the Passover meal as the Last Supper, whereas in the Gospel of John, Oh, so then they led Jesus from the house. It was the early morning. They themselves did not enter the governor's quarters so that they would not be defiled, but could eat the Passover. So so Passover happens. So it seems like so John is before Passover, whereas Mark, Matthew, Luke say that it happens after Passover. So which one is it? Well,
So I just looked it up and it says that. Hold up. So it says that John didn't actually say it was the day of Passover, but John says that it was the day of preparation for the Passover. So that's not like a real contradiction.
Yeah, so it was before Passover, whereas the other ones are after Passover. So this is like literally my exact point, that according to John, it's before, like the crucifixion happens before, whereas according to Mark, Matthew, and Luke, it happens after. Probably because large parts of Matthew and Luke are copied straight from John.
So I just read that John,
Or from Mark, rather.
I just read that it says that John and Mark agree that it was the day before the Sabbath. I mean, that's just what I read online.
Yeah, wait. So, but is it before Passover or after Passover? I just want to know.
It's the day before the Sabbath.
Yeah, wait. So on Mark 15:25, it says Jesus was crucified at 9 a.m. on Passover, whereas in John 19:14, Jesus is crucified on the preparation day. So which one is it? Was he crucified on Passover or the preparation day?
I don't know. I haven't really looked into.
Gotcha. So why would I accept your gospels if they're contradictory?
I don't think there's a after this live, I'm going to look into this supposed contradiction. I've just never heard of it. I've never done research on this, but I don't think that there's a contradiction there. But
so you don't think that there's a contradiction involved in dying on this day and also dying the day after? You don't think that these are contradictory accounts?
No, I think that there's a misunderstanding on your part that I need to look into.
So what's the misunderstanding on my part?
That John and Mark both agree that he died the day before the Sabbath.
Oh yeah, wait, okay. So so Mark, Jesus is crucified according to Mark 15:25. The crucifixion happens on 9 a.m. on Passover, but according to John 19:14, Jesus is crucified on the preparation day. So which is it?
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm going to look into this more, but the fact of the matter is that all scholars agree that the disciples were martyred based on the claim that they saw Jesus risen from the grave.
Yeah, wait. So name the scholar who believes this. Can you name like 3 scholars who believe this?
I'll look it up right now.
Wait. You're citing all scholars, but you can't even name one scholar. Why would I accept the claim that all scholars believe this when you can't even cite a single scholar?
Because I haven't looked into the names of the scholars, but you can look it up.
How do you know that all scholars think this then?
Majority.
I've already looked this up. I've read entire books on this. This is not a settled issue.
I'm going to look.
Damn, as we wait for bro to like Google his argument.
All right, well, I'll just leave it at that then. But I do believe that the majority of scholars agree that that the disciples were martyred based on what they saw, not based on faith, but over actually their claim of seeing Jesus risen from the grave.
Name 2 scholars who think that.
Well, I'm trying to look it up, but then you're giving me crap for looking
because
it up.
Because you can't make the claim that all scholars believe this. So what's your evidence that all scholars believe this?
Majority of scholars. I'm looking it up.
So that's a W concession from your original claim. But what's your evidence that the majority of scholars believe that they were martyred for what they saw? Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 50K likes. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well.
I found
what's up?
I found 3 scholars. I found Sean.
Wait, because now, so if you're Googling it, I don't want I don't want 3 scholars anymore, because if you're Googling it, if you have to Google it because you did not know, then what I want now is the evidence that the majority of scholars believe that he was martyred, or that they were martyred because of the resurrection.
Okay, I'll look that up now.
I don't know. What are we doing? Maybe I'll scope out the guest request.
Okay, so I actually just found a scholarly written article. It's titled Did the apostles really die as martyrs for their faith?
Yeah, so could you, and this article demonstrates that the majority of scholars agree that he was martyred for his faith?
What do you mean?
Because that's the claim you're trying to prove, is that the majority of scholars think that the disciples died because they were martyred for their faith. That's the claim you're trying to prove. So this article that you just cite proves that claim?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So die for their faith. Yeah, let's look at it. The one from Biola University by Sean McDowell.
Yeah, it pretty much lists all the evidence for I think it lists all the evidence for each of the martyrdoms.
Interestingly enough, when I control F the word majority, there are 0 results. So will there be even one result if I control F search the word scholar? Or is this just a source that you didn't actually read, that you don't actually know? And also, apparently, Sean McDowell isn't a scholar. Good to know, Justin. Appreciate that. Theologian. No, I didn't know this. I don't know who these people are. Oh, it's the only source. That's like really embarrassing. This person's only source is literally just the Bible. That's a circular argument. He's using the Bible to prove the Bible.
Well, I mean, I know that the martyrdom is recorded by Josephus and by Clement of Rome. And
yeah, but what's not included in these accounts is the resurrection, that it was done for the resurrection. Lena, thank you so much for the $3 on Venmo. Let's get a W, Lena, in the comment section. I appreciate that.
Well, that would be okay. Well, that would be why that they were being persecuted, is because they were preaching the resurrection.
Prove it.
All right. I mean, that's kind of, isn't that like a historical fact that,
Sure isn't.
It's not a historical fact that the early Christians believed in the resurrection?
Not these ones.
They didn't? No
evidence.
All right. Well, I guess I don't want to waste too much more of your time, but, I appreciate, you letting me on here and our conversation. I think that you're a cool dude, man. God bless,
thanks.
Bro.
Appreciate you coming on up here. Yeah, let's keep on double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, all those good stuff, all those good things, as we go to the very next guest. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. What's up, True? How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
39.
Yeah, and what religion are you?
I'm a Christian.
Yeah, perfect. So what's your strongest argument that does not involve personal experience for why God exists?
Well, you see, we got morals. I'm a pretty moral man. I get them from the Bible, most and foremost. And atheists don't have no morals.
Oh, that's not true. I think that, so for example, the majority of ethicists are atheists. Like the people who literally study morality as like an academic discipline are atheists. So that doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, how do you ground your morals without God?
I mean, I personally would ground my morals just in the objective fact of suffering as being qualitatively bad.
Well, no, you can't do that. I mean, why is it bad?
Why not?
Without
because
God.
It's qualitatively bad. It's like asking, why is the sky blue? It's qualitatively blue.
Well, how do you tell it's bad? If something's what's bad to you? Suffering?
Well, yeah, suffering is qualitatively experienced as bad.
Nope, that's wrong. Suffering
In the same way that the
bad.
sky is qualitatively experienced as blue.
Well,
I'm
blue
telling
is
you
a-
that it is
blue is a
quite
color.
literally in your brain.
Hold on, sir.
In your brain,
Hold
it is
on.
quite literally the bad feeling.
Blue is a color,
Correct.
whereas pain, it doesn't mean it's bad. There's nothing bad about the
not pain,
stimuli in
not
your
pain,
body
suffering.
that feels pain.
I'm not talking about pain, I'm talking about suffering. There's a specific neural pathway associated specifically with suffering. There's
Right,
other
I
ones
agree.
that are associated
I
with
agree.
pain in other senses, but that's not suffering.
I agree. But suffering, simplicator, ain't bad. Because bad is a subjective or normative claim that this thing is bad.
It is, and I'm telling you, it is qualitatively bad in the same way that the sky is qualitatively blue. It's just
So-
experienced that way.
So what this logic leads to is a notion that anything that is suffering is always bad.
Yeah, well, so I'm just going to bottom it out in terms of like actions that reduce suffering, all things considered, are going to be preferable to actions that promote suffering, all things
So
considered.
when I work out and I feel suffering in my muscles,
you
does that
feel
mean
pain.
it's bad?
You feel pain. You don't
That
feel
pain-
suffering.
Right. Is that pain bad even though it's helping me?
I don't think pain is bad. I think suffering is bad.
Well, exactly. Suffering is subjective. What you deem is suffering is subjective.
Is the fact that an individual experiences suffering, as is indicated by a biological fact about their brain, do you think biological facts about brains are subjective or objective?
There is nothing about the brain that says suffering is bad.
Let's not be a wheeling Walter.
There's only things in
That's
the
not
brain
an
that
answer to
say
my
you
question.
suffer.
Do you
There are
remember
only
what my
things-
question was?
Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Do you remember what my question was?
Hold on, boy. Hold on.
You're not answering my question.
Hold
Just go
on.
back. Let's not be a running Randall. Let's just answer the question, okay?
What's the question?
You don't even remember what the question was. Do you think biological facts are objective or subjective?
They're objective.
Yeah, so it is a biological fact whether or not an individual is suffering.
There's a biological fact that pain is there, but there's no biological fact that says that pain is bad.
It's not pain for like the 7th time. It's suffering. The bad thing isn't pain, it's suffering.
How
Do you
tell
understand?
someone- how do you tell someone's suffering biologically?
Oh yeah, so we tell this just because of the specific neural pathway that's associated with it. There are others that are associated with
right?
pain.
Associated with
No, not pain. Suffering, because there are others that are associated with pain, but it activates a more like dopamine centric neural pathway. For example, if you do like BDSM, that doesn't activate the suffering neural pathway. It activates like the dopamine pain neural pathway.
Which is
just a
correlated.
different.
Which is
it's just a
correlated to
different.
pain. Which is correlated to pain.
Yes, exactly, precisely. So suffering is not pain. Exactly. I'm glad you
Right.
got it.
So you're gauging pain. You're gauging somebody suffering on their pain.
No, on the neural pathway that's associated with the suffering, not the pain, because there's multiple neural pathways that are associated with
How do you
pain.
tell
There's only
someone's
one
suffering?
neural pathway that's
Excuse
associated
me.
with suffering.
Sir, how do you tell someone's suffering without pain?
So suffering involves pain, but not all. So all suffering involves pain, but not all pain involves suffering.
How do you tell someone's suffering if they're not in pain?
I'm telling you that that's not a case. All suffering,
how do you do it?
all suffering involves pain.
There
not
you
all
go.
pain
So then
involves
you're
suffering.
deeming something as suffering as correlated with pain.
I don't think you're understanding. So when I say all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares, do you know what I'm talking about there?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that there's like subsets, that this is just one type of pain, but there are others. Pain itself is not the bad thing. Pain is not the bad feeling. Suffering is the bad feeling.
Right. But without the pain, you don't know someone's suffering.
No, because all suffering is the activation of the neural pathway of suffering.
Yeah. So,
But that's not the wait. But that's not pain. That's not pain. That's the suffering pathway.
Right. So what about that suffering in the neural pathway tells that person or you that it's bad?
Okay, I'm glad we were capable of moving off of this. So because we can objectively identify whether somebody is suffering, and we know that suffering is qualitatively experienced as bad.
How do you objectively tell someone's suffering?
Because it is qualitatively experienced as bad.
Where in that neural pathway does it say that suffering is bad?
Yeah, so it's just going to be based on the overcoming continually of the specific action potential threshold via the ratio of sodium to potassium.
That's all you're describing are the neural pathways. You're not describing the badness. There's no objective badness in suffering.
Well, that's like looking at the neural pathway that lights up when you see blue and asking, how do you know that this is the blue neural pathway? We know that it's the blue neural pathway because we know that it activates whenever somebody's looking at blue. That's not analogous.
It is analogous
because we know that this is the suffering neural pathway.
It's not
because
analogous.
We know that because we know that it activates every time someone suffers.
Nope, it's not analogous.
Wait, you said no. Prove it.
Because prove
that this neural pathway doesn't activate.
Because in your view, you're injecting some normative notion of badness where it's not there. All there is
qualitatively there.
The qualitative data is the neural pathway.
Do you think that there's?
But it's not the badness of that suffering.
I don't think you know what qualitative means, because if you're just like studying the neural pathway and being like, well, that's just like, the qualitative part of it is the neural pathway itself. No, the qualitative part of it is the experience. In the same way that looking at the sky is qualitatively blue, suffering is experienced as qualitatively bad.
No, whatever the experience alone doesn't demonstrate something's bad.
But suffering is qualitatively experienced
is something
as bad.
Badness is a subjective claim about our experiences.
Badness is a subjective claim. No,
Yes.
it's not. It is a phenomenological claim about our experiences.
But then all you're doing here is you're tying your experience directly with bad. So every experience of suffering is bad. Is that this is what follows?
So that there is
what follows.
Wait, that when you experience suffering, you are experiencing badness. That there is an innate badness present in the phenomenological experience of suffering.
Where's the badness molecule? Where's the badness molecule?
It's not a molecule. Where's the badness molecule in your worldview?
Okay, great.
Wait. Can you point to the badness molecule in your worldview?
So in your view, sir, you don't
wait. Hold on. I'm not going to let you pivot away from this. Where's the badness molecule in your worldview?
God.
Oh, do you think God is a molecule, and you think God is bad?
God is
You think God is bad?
God is a non-physical substance.
Gotcha. So God is one, not a molecule, and two, not bad. Good one.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but God.
You can just drop the accent if you want, by the way.
When God is present, he's good. There is goodness. When he's not present, it's badness. Badness is deprivation of good in God.
Mm-hmm. Now, so when you said wait, hold on, I'm not gonna let you be a wheeling Walter about this. I'm not gonna let you pivot away. You said that there is a badness particle, a badness molecule present in your world, in my worldview, or that there's no badness molecule present in my worldview. So I'm gonna ask you again, what is the badness molecule that's present in your worldview?
God, I'd already explained to you God.
Yeah, so wait, in what way is God the badness molecule? What do you mean when you say badness molecule?
When God is present, there is goodness.
Can you give me a definition?
Badness.
Can I get a definition of badness molecule?
See, I never claimed that I have a badness molecule.
But you asked me where the badness molecule in my worldview was.
Excuse me, sir. I have an objective standard as to what's good or bad, and that's in God.
So I'm asking you.
There ain't nothing about the neural pathways that say it's bad.
Wait, but I'm asking you because you asked me, where is the badness molecule in my worldview? Can I get a definition for that term? Because clearly that's your standard. So I just want to make sure that
no, it ain't.
Wait. So if it's not your standard, then why did you ask me?
I asked you, how do you know that certain...
Wait, why did you ask me? Why did you ask me about a badness molecule if that's not your standard?
Because your claim is that there are objective good and bad things.
So can I get a definition of badness molecule?
Because your claim is that there are objective good and bad things. So can I get a definition of badness molecule? a substance that tells you that it's bad or good, independently of any other.
Okay,
data.
wait. So just like a moral defining substance. Do you think blueness is like a substance?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'd just say that badness is like a substance.
Right. So where in the neural pathway is the badness?
Where in the neural pathway is the blueness?
Well, blueness is a particular pathway.
Yeah,
Where's
and
the
badness is a
pathway?
particular pathway as well.
Okay, then if that's the case, then every pathway that is the particular one that you deem as suffering is going to be bad. Even in the case of people who work out and their muscles get bigger, even though it's the same neural pathway is initiated.
It's not the same neural pathway initiated.
Yes,
that
it
one's
is.
associated.
It's the
Wait,
same
prove
pain,
it. Wait,
sir.
prove it.
It's the
Wait,
same
prove
pain.
it. Wait, prove it. Prove it.
Well, every time you
Prove it.
every
Cite me a
time you
study.
exercise, sir, your muscles are in pain because they're sore. They're literally being destroyed. Your muscle
Wait,
fibers.
so can you?
That's pain,
you said
sir.
that it's the same neural pathway. Could you tell me what the name of the neural pathway is?
Nociceptors.
Yeah, wait, but what's the name of the neural pathway
Nociceptors are
itself?
the same that tell you that.
Wait.
something's wrong
I'm not
or
gonna
that
let you.
there's
I'm not
pain
gonna let you
in the
pivot away from this. You said it wasn't the same neural pathway. What's the name of the pathway?
body. Again, it's
What's the technical name?
nociceptors
You
in
made a
your body.
technical claim, so I
They're
just want to
understanding
test to
your
see if you're
muscle
just talking
fibers.
out of your ass or if you actually know things.
Well, you
What's
are,
the name
sir.
of
Can you tell me the
pathway?
neural? Can you tell me neural pathway?
Yeah, I could, but I'm asking you right now. It's a
What's
it's a
the
quiz for
pathway?
you.
Then what's the
wait,
pathway
big
that's
dog, big
wrong?
dog. It's a quiz for you. Do you know what the name is?
I don't need to know the name to know that it's still the same pain, sir.
Yeah, but it's not the same pain. It's pain, but it's not suffering. So I'm asking
How do
you.
So then, how do you know it's not the same pain?
Because I know that it activates a different neural pathway. Because the one that's activated during working out is not the suffering pathway.
That doesn't mean it's not.
It's
not
wait,
pain
it's not.
still.
It's not the. It's
That
not the
doesn't mean it
suffering.
ain't
Wait,
pain, sir.
It's not the suffering pathway.
It's not the.
What's
there
activated
is
is
no
the
such thing
dopamine
as a suffering pathway.
Oh wait, so you would just reject all of neuroscience then?
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but there are different types of pathways that can lead to the same pain, and that's why your view doesn't make no sense.
Wait, prove it.
Prove what?
Prove it. The claim that you just made. Prove it.
That pain happens in different regions of the brain?
Oh no, but just that the suffering pathway is activated during times when you're not suffering.
Suffering, the point I'm trying to make to you is that suffering is subjective. What one person deems as suffering as being bad is subjective. If I work out and I feel pain, that's still good to me because I'm getting stronger.
But that's not going to be the case though, right? Because it's the same neural pathway in both cases.
Why does that matter? The point is, under
Because
your view,
do you think that a thing being the same is the same as it being different? Really?
no, under your
Mike,
view,
you can just drop the accent. No one cares.
under your view,
He's still doing it. Waka waka. Crikey. I got a wallaby.
under your view, you think that pain is always bad or suffering is always bad, right?
Well, I think that suffering carries a qualitative badness to it.
Which you're just designating as some kind of pathway, right? In the brain?
Yes, that it is
Okay.
objectively correlated to this pathway, yeah.
Right. So the point is that there are very similar pathways in the brain that lead to pain too. And what you would have to consider those bad, such as working, you would have to be committed to saying that working out is bad.
But my standard isn't pain, it's suffering. And suffering is not, the suffering pathway isn't present during something like working out.
So let's say they're suffering still, right? But that person would say it's still good.
But I'm telling you that there isn't suffering. That like when you're working out, that's not activating like the suffering neural
What do you
pathway.
mean there is suffering?
It activates like the dopamine
when you're
neural
working
pathway.
out, they're still suffering. Your muscle fibers are literally being destroyed.
Wait, but that doesn't activate the neural pathway involved with suffering.
Yes, it
There's a pain
Yes, it
response.
does.
Certainly, there's
Yes,
certainly
it
a pain
does. There's
response.
pain
Prove it.
responses.
Yeah,
There
there's
are
a
pain
but
responses.
pain is not the same thing as suffering. You can be in pain for a variety of reasons. So like let's say
great. Then you
let's
can't
say
say that pain or indicates suffering all the time.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that pain indicates
then
suffering.
you can't say that there's some kind of independent way of verifying somebody is suffering and that suffering is bad.
The specific suffering is going to be the neural pathway itself.
Okay.
It is one to one directly
that
correlated.
It's bad. That doesn't tell us that it's bad.
It's qualitatively experienced as bad. Like the sky is qualitatively experienced as blue.
No, there's nothing about the experience that says it's a bad or good one.
Wait, so you think that when people suffer, you think that there is like no badness present in this experience, that they don't experience
Where's
like a
the badness?
badness?
That's your claim.
It's
You're
present in
making
the
claim.
experience itself. It's just going to be analytic.
So where in the experience of suffering does it tell you that it's bad, independent of anybody's opinion?
Where in the experience of blueness does it tell you that it's blue, independent of anybody's opinion?
It's disanalogous because blue is not a moral claim. Blue is an analytical. Blue is not a moral claim. It's a synthetic claim.
But why would that make it disanalogous?
Is objectively true every single time. Blue is the same pathway in the brain. But when it comes to suffering, there's nothing about suffering that's bad.
Oh wait, so if the distinction you're drawing here is that blue is synthetic, but my badness is analytic, then this actually just slam dunks on you, because if you're saying that it's analytic, then that's just going to be definitionally true.
I never claimed that. Morals are not analytically.
Wait. So then, what's the distinction? What's the distinction between blueness and like the badness present in suffering?
Oh, there's no badness present in our brain biologically. So can I?
Is there blueness present in our brain biologically?
Yes, blueness is a particular configuration of neural charges. But when it comes to badness, there is no such thing.
Well, I'm saying that badness is one-to-one analogous with the experience of suffering.
Well, that can't be the case, because there are instances where suffering is good or bad, right? So there's nothing about the suffering itself that designates it being bad or good.
So the instances where suffering is going to be considered good are going to be when it reduces a long-term like badness. So like we could say that like even if there's like suffering present in like getting a shot at the doctor's office, that's fine because it prevents like the suffering of getting like super ill.
Yeah. So now you're injecting some kind of normative theory to that. Right. You're doing that subjectively. You're not actually addressing the big question here as to why is suffering or experiences of suffering bad? You can't answer that.
Well, yes, because it's going to be qualitatively experienced as such.
But that experience. There's nothing about the experience itself that tells us something is bad or good.
Wait, so is there anything about the experience of seeing blue that tells you whether or not like blueness is present?
Oh my God, why do you keep doing this? Blue is
because it's one-to-one analogous.
No, it's not.
What's the disanalogy?
Badness is not present in biologically. Blueness is.
Wait. So where is blueness present biologically?
I already explained this to you, right? Blueness is a particular configuration of neural properties.
As is badness.
Nope. Where's the badness or
where's
goodness?
The blueness?
Where's the goodness in a particular neural pathway?
I don't make any claims about goodness. All I make claims, I'm still working out my theory of goodness, but right now I just hold that like suffering is one-to-one equivalent to badness. And that's sufficient for grounding some moral facts.
Then you'd be committed to saying that working out is bad.
No, because presumably it creates. So first of all, I have no evidence that working out is considered suffering. It can be pain, but pain is not suffering.
Okay, so there's no amount of pain that would indicate suffering to you?
What's the only thing that's going to indicate suffering to me is just like the activation of the neural pathway associated with it. For example, wait. Okay. So for example,
now you're being inconsistent. Okay, because you said that before.
So what's the inconsistency?
Well, you said before that pain indicates suffering.
I never said that.
In fact,
I didn't say that a single time. That pain one-to-one
is always present in suffering.
But that's not the same thing as pain indicating suffering.
Well, in fact, you said before that pain is always present in suffering.
Yes, but that's not the same thing as pain indicating suffering. So being a rectangle is always indicated by being a square, but that doesn't mean that being a rectangle is the same thing as being a square.
What? Okay.
So I'll say that. Wait, I'll run that one. I'll run that one more time.
What is your position?
Yeah. Wait. So being a square is always going to entail being a rectangle. But being a rectangle does not necessarily entail being a square. Suffering is always going to entail some kind of pain, but pain does not always entail suffering.
Okay. So pain does not always entail suffering, right?
Yep.
Okay. So there we go again. You're back to this question. How do you know suffering on its own is bad or good in any situation where there's no pain?
How do we know that suffering is there? I don't think you can have suffering without pain. That would be unusual.
Well, you can have suffering without pain, I think. People being emotionally disturbed, right?
I think that there's like emotional pain there.
Yeah, then you can call that pain. So now, again, what you're falling back here is saying that pain is now associated, or at least very closely linked to suffering.
Yeah. So no, I mean, insofar as like being a square is like closely linked to like being a rectangle, like that's not really.
Look, I agree with you that pain is linked to suffering, but the problem is that there's nothing about the suffering or experience or even pain itself that tells us this is bad or good. And that's why I don't think objectivity can be, you can't hold this, objective morality.
But I've explained this to you like 8 or 9 times that there's a qualitative experience in the same way the sky is qualitatively blue. I'm just going to hold that pain and suffering is not pain, that suffering is qualitatively bad.
Look, I agree that suffering is a qualitative experience, but again, outside of that experience, there's nothing that is independent of our stances that tells us that suffering is bad.
Well, and I agree, like blueness is a qualitative experience, but there's nothing outside of our senses that tell us when something is like qualitatively blue. Also,
yes,
there is something that tells you, because there's the suffering itself.
You can trace
the suffering neural pathway is objective.
You can trace blueness into specific configurations of neuronal patterns in the brain. You can't do that with badness.
Yes, you can. You can trace it to the suffering pathway.
But then there you are again, equivocating suffering with bad. You can't do that.
That's literally, that is definitionally.
That's just question begging.
That's the definition. It's not question begging, it's analytic.
That's the problem, right? You can't make analytical claims about empirical things. You can't say, oh, well, this biological phenomenon means it's bad by definition. Well, that's question begging your view of metaethics.
Wait, right? so could you let's apply the same thing to blueness then? So how do we know that the thing that we see as blue is blue? How do we know that the sky is blue?
Looking at the brain. We look at the brain.
Blueness, yeah, perfect. But how do we attach the label blueness to that? Because if you say by definition, then fuck, you can't find any disanalogies between these views. You'd have to say that nobody has ever seen blue in their life.
No, we can see blueness, or we can see the
and why is it experienced blue?
We can see we can see in the brain where blueness is experienced. We can also do that for suffering too, and I agree with you. But there's nothing about the suffering that says it's bad or good.
But I'm telling you that there's not going to be any disanalogies here, that you need to identify specifically what's not going to be present in the brain, or what. So like, why is the qualitative experience of seeing blue the qualitative experience of seeing blue? Why do we call that blue?
Because it's a particular pattern in the brain, but I don't know why.
Wait. But why would we attach a particular pattern?
Because that's just how it works, and I agree.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that that's just how it is, right? No, like you're going to bottom out. You're going to bottom out in analytic philosophy. You're going to bottom out in definitions.
You're not understanding. Like I agree with you that we can trace suffering and instances of suffering and pain to specific pathways in the brain, but there's nothing about that biological phenomenon that determine if it's good or bad outside of our stances.
There's nothing about the biological. Okay, but is there something outside of our? Oh, the thing that's going to determine it is just going to be the qualitative experience. Could you say that like the qualitative experience, the blueness present in the color blue when you look up at the sky, is that going to be there like stance dependently or stance independently?
Stance independently, yeah.
So you think that you can have a qualitative experience? There can be qualia without a person to experience the qualia? You can have experiences without experience?
What? No, I think experiences are objectively true. We experience things. That's true.
Yeah, cool.
Now, I agree we experience suffering, but the problem is, how do you know suffering is bad, independent of our stances? And that's going to be analytic. That's where the problem lies.
It's going to be analytic.
No, it's not going to be analytic.
In the same way that the reason we
not.
call this color blue, that's just analytic.
Well, the reason why saying it's analytic is bad is because, well, I can say, well, every instance of suffering is good analytically, and there you go. And now we have no symmetry breaker between what's good or bad.
Oh, yes, there is. Yeah, because this is like a very non-standard usage of words, because I'm not sure who the person is who says that, like, suffering is good.
What? So you're saying
it's just it's like an extraordinarily unstandard usage of words that reduces your words basically to meaninglessness.
So you're saying because the majority of people think something is bad, therefore it's bad.
No, just that there's going to be standard and non-standard usages of terms. Specifically, right. I mean, you could, if you really want to, you could define red to be blue. That's fine, I guess. It's just a really weird usage of words, and it seems like you're just not really describing the same phenomena.
Yeah, so that's also disanalogous.
Why?
Well, when somebody says something good and bad, there's clearly a distinction between those two. There's a stark distinction.
Oh, so it's disanalogous because there's a clear distinction. What's the distinction?
The distinction is the same experience that you say is good, somebody else can say is bad.
Oh, but I'm going to say that nobody experiences suffering to be a good thing in the present.
And the reason why this is a problem,
the reason
why this is a problem is because you are claiming that there is something stance independent about that experience that cannot be distinctive with another. That's why your view doesn't make sense.
No, but there is something stance independent, specifically the fact of the neural pathways.
But I understand there's neural pathways, but the problem is that there's nothing good or bad about them, independent of stances.
Is there anything blue about the sky, independent of stances?
We're not making moral claims about blueness, saying being good or bad.
saying that this isn't the thing we're discussing.
You're not understanding.
Wait, give me a reason why these things are disanalogous, a relevant reason why this is disanalogous.
Because we're not making moral claims about blueness being good or bad. You are.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, why is that relevant? Why does that make it disanalogous?
Because you are making claims.
But why does that?
Morality.
Wait. You're not answering the question. I'm not going to let you pivot away from this one. I will. Wait, Mike. I'm not going to drop this question until you answer it. Why does that make it disanalogous?
Because when it comes to blueness, there are no claims of it being good or bad.
I know that's the reason. You're just pointing out that these two scenarios are different. I'm asking you what the relevant distinction is. You're just question begging.
Do you understand?
I'm asking you, why is it morally relevant? Well, yeah. So why is not making moral claims in one and making moral claims in the other? Why is that relevant? And your answer is that, well, in one we're making moral claims and the other we're not making moral claims. I understand your claim. I'm asking, why is that relevant? Why does that relevantly make it disanalogous?
Because when you're making claims of something being blue or green or whatever,
you're short-circuiting. You're just going to give the same explanation.
No, can I?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, give the exact same explanation.
When you're making statements about something being blue or not, that is something that we can independently verify. But you cannot independently verify something being bad or good.
Well, then how can you independently verify something being blue or not blue?
By looking at the neural activity, just like
and you can determine badness by looking at the neural activity.
Oh, really? Okay, so tell me, where in the neural pathways do scientists say that this is bad or good?
Well, it's just going to be the specifically the medial pathways related to suffering itself.
You're short-circuiting, sir. I'm asking you a very
I just answered the question. It's the neural pathways, the medial neural pathways related to suffering.
Where in that pathway do scientists demonstrate that it's a good or bad one?
Well, so this isn't a scientific claim. This is a philosophical claim.
Okay. So now you're making a claim philosophically that this is good or bad. So how do you know? How do you independently know, stance independently know that something is good or bad in terms of neural activity?
How do you stance independently know that somebody is seeing blue absent neural activity?
Oh, well, again, we can see specific neural pathways, but there's no goodness or badness.
I asked you absent neural pathways. How do you know? How do you know that there's no badness neural pathway, but you know that there is a blueness neural pathway? What makes the blueness neural pathway the blueness neural pathway?
That's what I'm asking you. How do you know that something is good?
Wait, I want to answer my question, Mike. How do you know that this neural pathway is the blue neural pathway?
Because we can look at where the colors are produced in the brain, and we can see
Yeah, perfect. And we can
Okay,
look
great.
at where the
So
experience of
when it
suffering, the qualitatively bad experience is produced in the brain.
You're still not grasping this, right? I agree that we can look at the brain independently and see where suffering occurs. However, we cannot say that suffering is bad or good.
Why not?
Because how do you know it's bad or good independent of stance?
It's qualitatively experienced as such. How do you know that the sky is qualitative? Wait, how do you know that the sky is blue, absent experiencing it as such?
How do you know that experience is good or bad?
Well, because it is. Well, how do you know that the experience of looking at the sky is blue? Like that there's blueness present in the experience of looking at the sky.
Why do I continuously answer this question?
Because you haven't given the disanalogy.
No,
if you gave me the disanalogy very
not
clearly, I would stop. Wait, if it's a bad argument, I'd hide it. I'd move to something else. I'd use my sneaky debate tricks to get rid of it. The reason you keep hearing about it is because you haven't answered it.
I have several times.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So what's the disanalogy?
I already answered this to you.
You haven't.
When it comes to blueness, there's something about blueness that we can, independent of stances, verify. You can't do that when it comes to badness or goodness.
But there is. You can independently verify the suffering neural pathway.
Okay, great. So how do you verify that pathway is bad or good?
In the same way you verify that the blueness pathway is the blueness pathway.
How do you do that? How do you tell that pathway is bad or good? How do you do that?
Just based on the qualitative experience of suffering over and over and over again.
Yeah,
and
how do you tell that's bad or, how do you tell that's bad or good? How do you tell it's bad or good?
Because it's
how do you tell it's bad or good?
Because it's experienced that way.
Yeah, how do you tell it's bad or good though?
Because it's experienced that way.
No. How do you tell that experience is bad or good?
It's self-evident. It's like saying like when I'm happy, I'm happy. It's self-evident.
It's not self-evident. How do you tell?
Wait, I have a question for you. I have a question. When you see blue, do you see blue?
Ian.
When you see blue, do you see blue? Yeehaw! Thank you so much, 90
How do you tell?
When you see blue, do you see blue?
You're not understanding.
When you see blue, do you see blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. And when you experience badness, It's self-evident.
Okay, so where's the badness pathway?
The badness pathway is the suffering neural pathway.
Okay, and how do you know that that's a bad pathway instead of a good one?
Because it's experienced that way. It is literally connected to the reward center of the brain. The reward deterrent center of the brain.
Look, Ian, I agree that we have experiences that we deem as good or bad, but those are stances. Right?
Oh, wait, so then you think blueness is just a stance? Like whether the sky is blue is just a stance?
Stop talking about blueness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry because this like if you'd like, we can talk about redness. I didn't realize that blueness upset you to such a degree.
You're not addressing your claim, right?
Well, so in the same way we know the redness neural pathway is the redness neural pathway, we know that the suffering or the badness neural pathway is the badness neural pathway.
It's disanalogous because blueness isn't good or bad. But when it comes to your claim,
you're literally short-circuiting.
You have to let me explain.
Yeah, go for it. You're just saying that these are different cases. That's not a disanalogy.
Oh my gosh. Listen, when you claim that blueness has a pathway in the brain, I agree with you. And the disanalogy, however, is when you say, oh, well, how do you know that blueness is there? Well, we know it's there because we can view it, but I'm not claiming it's bad or a good experience. You, however, in your suffering example, are claiming it's a good or bad experience. That's the disanalogy, right? That's why it's disanalogous.
You're just pointing out that these cases are different. Why does that make it disanalogy?
Because I'm showing you the difference.
Just like showing the difference between an analogy is not the same thing as actually showing why it's disanalogous.
Why this is relevant.
So wait. This would be this. I just want to put into perspective like the level of argumentation that you are at right now, Mike. This would be like if I ran, I don't know, the violinist in terms of the abortion debate, where I say, well, would it be moral to disconnect yourself from this violinist? And then I take this to imply that it's like also moral to allow people to get abortions. And then you come along and say, well, in this scenario, you're disconnecting yourself from a violinist. I understand what you're saying. And in that scenario, you're getting an abortion.
That's not what I'm saying.
Just pointing out that the cases are different isn't actually showing a relevant disanalogy.
Yeah, the disanalogy is that you are saying that in the suffering example, there is a case of it being bad or good. And that's not the case at all for the blueness. There can't be a claim upon blueness because that would be a straw man of my view, right? That's why. Can you run that back?
That was just word salad. Can you run that back one more time?
Yeah. So in terms of your claim that suffering is bad, the reason why you can't say, well, I know it the same way because blueness is a qualitative experience, just like suffering is. Well, the difference, why it's disanalogous is because your claim that suffering is bad entails something, it's a moral claim that is not being made in the blueness claim.
So you're literally just saying again, these are disanalogous because they're different cases. Why is one being a moral claim and one not being a moral claim make them disanalogous?
Because you can't. That would be like me saying, well, I think it's wrong to to murder, and then you're saying, well, why is it wrong to flip a light switch? It's two different claims, right?
Well, no, because I could say in one, and under my view, I would say that murder is bad because it causes a lot of suffering, whereas there's no suffering caused by flipping a light switch. So these are disanalogous.
Right, but
there's a relevant
light
distinction.
Switches are amoral, right? Light switches you can't make a moral claim about a light switch.
Yeah, but I could find the relevant distinction. I could point out the relevant distinction in this situation.
Look.
You're not going to answer. You're just going to say, look, and then pivot away. Go for it.
You're not really showing how suffering is bad or good.
How did he do it? How did he do it? How did he know? How did he know? Just like saying, look, and then pivoting away. Big dog. I'm still waiting for the disanalogy.
You're not really grasping the problem here, right? You're not grasping why you can't say suffering is bad because we experience it as bad. That's just a tautology.
Yes, perfect. So what's critique of tautologies? Do you reject the law of identity?
No, the point is you can't just pretend that this is by definition bad. You're making a claim that independent of stances it's bad. You have to have some way to verify that independent of stances, which you haven't done.
Yeah, just the usage of words maps onto this like undesirable feeling, the things that shouldn't happen. An experience of shouldn'tness is present in suffering.
Where in suffering is there a badness or goodness?
Do you agree that there's like a shouldn'tness present in suffering?
No.
What do you think the feeling of suffering is? How would you
objectively?
But how would you define suffering then?
A sufficient amount of harm imposed on somebody.
Okay, wait. So do you think that there's necessarily? That's an easy question. What's the sufficient amount of harm?
Oh, I like how you're pivoting. Right, you're not answering the question.
Wait. I'm asking for clarification. What's the sufficient amount of harm?
It depends on the circumstance. It depends on normative theory.
Wait. So you think the suffering, whether the neural pathway of suffering is activated, depends on your moral theory? You think biological facts?
Do you think?
Wait. I just want to be clear. You think your moral facts determine your biology?
What? No, I never claimed that.
Because you said that suffering, whether the suffering neural pathway activates, is just a matter of your individual moral theory.
What are you talking about? No, I'm not saying
that is literally, that is bar for bar what you just said.
What I'm saying is,
I'm asking you, so then I'll ask you again, by what threshold of like harm does it become suffering?
It depends on your normative theory. If something is
so
suffering.
You think the objective fact of whether someone is suffering is just a matter of their moral theory? The objective biological fact about whether a specific neural pathway is activated is a matter of your moral theory.
Yeah, so do you think somebody working out is suffering?
Wait, let's not pivot away here. I'm
asking you because I'm showing you my point, right? Do you think somebody working out is suffering?
Depends on if the suffering neural pathway is activated. For a lot of people, it's not.
It is.
Wait, can you prove that?
Oh my God. Yes, every time you exercise,
can I get a source?
Pain occurs.
Can I get a wait? But pain is not the same thing as suffering. You're just not tracking.
Well, there's a great deal amount of pain that occurs when you're
and pain is not the same thing as suffering for the fifth time.
Oh, okay, great. So then, what amount of pain says something is suffering?
None. That's not pain. Is not the relevant criteria for determining suffering.
You're all over the place. So there's no amount of pain that
there's no. You're literally pivoting to a different question right now, big dog. Do you want to get back to the thing that you pivoted away from? I'm asking you, what's the threshold wherein harm becomes suffering? You pivoted away from that.
depends.
Wait, I have it.
It
Wait, Mike,
depends
I have
on
it written
many
down. I have it written down on a piece of paper. We're not moving away from this question until you answer it or concede it.
Yeah. Go ahead. What's the question?
Yeah. So, at what exact threshold does harm become suffering?
There is no such exact threshold.
Oh, cool. So then it's just arbitrary. You have no definition of suffering at all.
Morality is arbitrary. Yes.
No. I'm asking. So you agree that you can't define suffering, that your definition of suffering fails. So we'll default to my definition that suffering is the bad feeling.
Okay. So where's the exact threshold in your view of suffering?
Yeah. So suffering is the bad feeling.
Yeah.
Hope
So
this
where's the
helps.
exact threshold of
The word
bad feeling
threshold.
that says something
So
suffering?
could you point out in my definition where the threshold language is?
Well, you're claiming that there has to be a threshold, right?
No, you're claiming that there has to be a
okay, great.
threshold.
So then
You're
stop
claiming that there
storming
has to be a
me. So then
threshold.
stop
I'm
storming
claiming
me.
that it's the bad feeling.
No, Ian, I never claimed there was a threshold.
You said that there needs to be a sufficient amount of harm, and then after a sufficient amount of harm, it becomes suffering.
We would deem something as
So
suffering
you hold
if
that there's a threshold.
sufficient amount of
I
harm.
just hold that
I
it's
never
the bad
said there's
feeling.
an exact threshold, though. I never said there was an exact.
Okay, cool. Wait, so then,
Okay.
you're talking about quantities. So what's the quantity
Great.
of harm?
So
What's
do
the
you-
quantity of harm?
Yeah,
It's the
so-
same question.
so-
we can put whatever words you want onto
It
it, Mike.
depends on the situation.
Yeah,
It
wait,
depends
so
on
what's
the
the
situation.
Oh, perfect. So you have no definition. Your definition isn't well defined at all.
Okay, great. So in your view, where exactly is the exact threshold at which something is deemed suffering?
Yeah, when the suffering neural pathway is activated.
Okay, great. So when there's a circumstance where a neural pathway is activated and someone says they're not suffering, is that suffering or is it suffering?
Wait, so when somebody says that they're not suffering, but the neural pathway is activated, then they're suffering.
Okay, even though they're saying they're fine?
Yes, if the neural pathway is
Okay.
activated, if your blueness,
great. So let's just say-
Mike,
Right, so
Mike,
let's just
chill
say-
out. Wait, Mike, that's fine, Mike. In the same way that if somebody said, "I'm not looking at blue," but their blueness neural pathway is activated, the reasonable conclusion to come to is that they're lying.
Right. So let's say somebody's working out and their neural pathways are fired. Does that mean they're not suffering or they are suffering?
If the suffering neural pathway is activated, then they're suffering.
Okay. So when somebody works out, that's suffering. That's a form of suffering to you.
If the pathway is activated, then sure.
Okay. So under your view, it is objectively wrong to work out because it's suffering.
No, not the case, because it reduces other suffering.
So then you can't say suffering.
Wait,
exactly
and
correlates to badness.
I agree, Mike. We can declare victory after you've established absolutely nothing. But the fact of the matter is that this is still going to be considered a good thing because it reduces suffering in other aspects of your life. And also, you still haven't proven.
Okay.
You still
Now
haven't
you're injecting
proven.
your normative
You still
theories
haven't
onto it
proven. You
subjectively.
still haven't
You're
proven.
not doing anything.
You
Look.
still haven't proven, Mike, that suffering is a necessary and present part of working out.
What?
Yeah, prove that
That's not
suffering
the
is present
claim.
in all working out.
My claim is under your view, where all suffering is objectively bad, then it would have to be the case that working out, if it's suffering is bad.
Oh yeah, so in the same way, like if drinking water causes like 8 trillion children to get tortured, then we would have to conclude that drinking water is bad. Yeah, if you just assume that
No,
like it
that's not-
causes something that it
that's
doesn't
not
cause, then
remotely
yeah,
the
you
same.
can arrive at any conclusion you want if you just presuppose something that's not true.
Ian, let's just get this straight. Do you think that if working out causes suffering to somebody by, making their muscle fibers be destroyed, is that objectively bad?
So it's going to come down to whether or not there's a greater amount of suffering that's reduced, and whether or not there's
Okay.
suffering at all.
Okay. So then you can't, so then you've just conceded without even knowing, unbeknownst to yourself.
Oh yeah, so what's the concession? Show it.
You've conceded that there is nothing about suffering, simplicator, that shows us it's bad or good.
No, wait, and in what way did we come to that conclusion?
Because you had to then further inject your normative theory onto it subjectively to say it's bad or good.
Wait, but that's not the case though. So my claim is and always has been that if you could experience what every single person is going through, if an action happens versus if an action doesn't happen, then you can objectively determine what the right thing and wrong thing to do are just qualitatively.
Again, and that qualitative experience doesn't make it bad or good, independent of stances.
You have
no
already
idea.
conceded that your definition is incoherent for suffering, which means we default to my definition. which means that it
your
is
definition
analytically
wrong.
bad.
Your definition is
Wait, you
is
think?
not
Do
able
you
to-
think definitions have? You think definitions are
I
propositional?
misspoke. I didn't. I didn't
Wait,
say
you, do you
that. I
think
meant-
you think they're propositional? You think
Yeah, you
that a
have to
definition can be
listen.
wrong?
You have to listen. I didn't.
You said that my definition is wrong. You think definitions can be
misspoke.
wrong?
I misspoke. What I meant to
Gotcha.
say was it doesn't allow you to say, it doesn't enable you to say that this suffering is bad or good just because you deem it bad.
Well, yeah, just because you deem the color blue to be blue doesn't make it blue. That's your logic.
I mean, stance independently. Do you know what that means?
So do you think that blue is blue stance independently?
Yes, blue is objective.
Yeah.
in the real world.
Yeah, perfect. So blue is blue stance independently. I'm gonna
Right.
just
So when it comes to because we can see the neural pathway now.
yeah, and we can see the neural pathway associated with badness.
Where is the bad pathway and where's the good pathway?
So first of all, I've already expressed this before, but I don't defend a specific theory of goodness, but what I do defend is a specific theory of badness.
Yeah. So
And the bad neural pathway
where's
is the
the bad
suffering neural
pathway?
pathway.
Yeah. Again, so how do you know that suffering pathway is the bad one?
Because it's qualitatively experienced as such in the same way that
And how do
blue
you
is
know that
qualitatively
qualitative-
experienced as blue.
No. How do you know that qualitative experience of suffering is bad objectively?
Because because objectively it's qualitatively experienced as such. In the same way blue objectively is qualitatively experienced as blue.
Again, you're not understanding. I know there's an experience of suffering, but I'm asking you, how do you know, independent of stances, that suffering is bad?
Because it's qualitatively experienced as such.
Oh my God. I agree that I agree that we have experiences of suffering and badness, but that doesn't mean they're objectively bad.
But it's qualitatively bad, and your qualia
Not
is going to be
understanding.
objective.
Do you know what objective means versus
Yeah,
subjective?
objective means so subjective is indexical to the individual, whereas objective is not indexical to the individual.
Exactly. Great.
Yep,
So,
perfect.
So if you know what objective means, then you should surely be able to verify independently of any stances and opinions that neural pathways in the brain are bad.
Well, just that they carry with them the experience that's qualitatively experienced as bad. How do you know the specific qualia color? Wait. So why is the specific qualia?
Where's the badness?
Wait, hold on, Mike.
of that
Hold on,
pathway?
Mike. Hold on, Mike. So where is the blueness present in the blue qualia?
In the brain.
Wait, you think qualia is in the brain? You think like the thing that you see?
First of all, qualia is
Yeehaw.
nonsense.
Thank you so
I think
much.
that we experience in the brain, experiences in the brain.
You think experiences in the brain?
Yeah,
That's fine. I can grant that,
Yeah,
and I would just say that
so
badness
then-
is also in the brain. But why do we define specifically the blueness neural pathway as being associated with blue? Andrew, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo.
Because there's an
W Andrew in the
objectively-
comment section.
There's an objectively verifiable area in the brain that says where colors are produced. That shows us where colors are produced. But
Yeah, and how do you
the same
know?
Can't be said for badness.
Wait.
or
But
goodness.
why would we? How do we know that this is the blue one? What tells us that it's the blue one?
It depends on the neural pathway, the neural patterns.
Well, yeah.
Now-
So for the blue neural pathway, how do we know that this is the blue neural pathway?
Oh, because we know that's what it correlates to when you see blue.
Yeah, and we know so it's the qualitative experience. We know that we know what the pathway is because we
The
associate it with a
qualitative
specific qualitative experience.
But the difference is we're not
Perfect,
saying
Mike.
it's not perfect because we're not
Perfect,
saying
because it's in
No,
the same way
Ian,
that it's the
you have to let me
qualitative
speak.
experience that grounds blueness, it's the
Ian,
qualitative experience of suffering
you
that
keep
grounds
repeating
badness.
yourself over and over again. Listen,
Yeah, you're just not listening. I'm trying to get through to you, Mike.
there's nothing bad about the suffering or good about the suffering.
It's qualitatively experienced.
Oh my
as
God!
a-
Listen. I agree that we have experiences of good and bad, but that's
Concession.
dependent.
Concession. W
That's-
concession.
it's
Wait. Oh my God.
stance-dependent.
Wait. Oh my
It's stance-dependent.
experiences of good and bad. Wait. Did you say that experiences happen in the brain?
yes.
Yeah. So okay. Wait. So is everything that happens in the brain an objective fact?
Yes.
So okay, wait. So if we have experiences of badness and experiences are an objective fact, then that means badness is an objective fact. Thank you, Mike, so much.
No,
oh my
nice
God,
try, but
W
if
concession,
no-
Mike. Let's get a W concession for
Yeah,
Mike in the comment
nice
section.
try,
Which premise
Ian.
do you reject, Mike?
The fact that I said stance dependent. They are
Wait.
stance
Which premise do you reject? What? Wait. We'll go through.
If you would let me speak. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. I'm writing down the three premises. I'm going to read them out to you. It's going to be fun.
If you listen,
you're going to
what I
rage
said-
quit. I'm going to love it. Reject a premise, Mike. Is it going to be 1, 2, or 3, or do you want the premises again?
Let me speak.
Wait, Mike, you're not gonna, Mike, the next words out of your mouth are gonna be 1, 2, or 3. Is it gonna be 1, 2, or 3? Which premise do you reject?
Yeah. So
which premise do you reject, Mike? 1, 2, or 3, or do you want the premises again? Wait, Mike, which premise of the argument do you reject? Is it 1, 2, or 3?
State the argument again so I can reject.
Perfect. Yeah, you forgot. So premise 1, there are experiences of badness. Premise 2, the badness or experiences happen in the brain. Premise 3, all things that happen in the brain are objective facts. So which of these 3 do you reject?
How does that tell us that there's a badness?
That tells us that
how does that tell us that
badness, that qualitative badness is an objective fact.
This is a non sequitur. The reason
wait. So what's the problem with the structure then?
Yeah, well, it's a non sequitur because just because we have objective experiences doesn't mean that they're stance independently bad.
Wait, so what's the problem with the structure of the argument? You said it's non sequitur.
The conclusion doesn't follow from the premises. Your conclusion
that's fine. I can formalize it if you want.
Okay, great. No. So listen, the problem with your argument is that those experiences of good and bad are stance dependent, not stance independent.
Okay, I'll just write this out in like a modus ponens style.
No, dude, you don't know what. You don't even know what you're talking about.
I literally have a math degree. I think I'm quite capable of writing down a modus ponens argument.
You can't even maintain what you're doing.
Wait, and I agree we can do rhetoric, but I'm just writing out the argument so that we can make it as valid as we can, and you can reject a premise. So brain state associated implies objective fact of the matter. Okay, so premise 1 is just going to be that there are experiences of badness. Premise 2, if there are experiences of badness, then there is a brain state associated with those experiences of badness. Premise 3, if there is a brain state, you reject this. You reject that experiences so you would reject that that experiences happen in the brain.
No, I reject that there are bad experiences in the brain.
Okay, but that's premise 1, that there is an experience of badness.
Yeah, I disagree that experience of badness is stance independent.
Oh, wait, but it's like qualitatively experienced. So is somebody's so wait, is it?
Here we go again, right?
Wait, I have a question for you. Wait, so if I'm happy, is it going to be an objective fact that I'm happy?
Again, experiences are objective.
It's a yes or no question.
Yes, experiences are objective, but
perfect. So no, Mike, because now you're like super cooked. So. Because 1, that there are experiences of badness, and 2, experiences are objective.
I disagree with that second premise.
You literally just said it, that experiences are objective.
No, so
every single person, every single individual just heard you say it. What do you mean?
Yeah, so
every single person. Who are you trying to pull this over on?
So the second premise is wrong because
wait. So now it's
are objectively good or bad, which I disagree with. I don't. You're kind of smuggling that into your argument.
Well, you literally said that experiences are objective.
If you would just let me explain myself, I can explain to you why you're wrong. Right?
Wait. Do you want to walk back the claim that you made previously that experiences are objective?
Can I explain this to you? Real quick.
Wait, do you want to walk back your claim that you made earlier that experiences are objective?
I still hold to that.
So you still hold that experiences are objective,
but they're not bad or good. Badness or goodness is not objective.
So badness is experienced.
Where is badness experienced?
You literally said that there are experiences of badness.
Where I agree that there are experiences of badness, but they're not objective.
So there's experiences of badness exist. Experiences are objective. Experiences of badness are objective. Badness is objective.
Yeah, I disagree with the third premise there. I don't
so
think
wait. So you would
is
that's not really that's more of a conclusion. It's not really a premise.
Well, it's a non sequitur then, because you're assuming that experiences of badness are objective. Why when I reject that?
So do you agree that all experiences are objective?
Yeah.
Okay. So is the experience, and you agree that there exists experiences of badness?
Subjectively, yep.
Oh, but I just want to know, are there
So,
experiences of badness, yes or no?
yeah, people can experience bad things stance dependently.
But is there like a qualitative experience of badness?
No, there's no bad molecule or bad pathway in the brain.
Wait, so then why would you say that there's experiences of badness?
Oh, because that's stance dependent.
So, okay, but you would then, so if experiences are objective and you hold that there are experiences of badness, then that means that objectively there are experiences of badness?
No. Again, because...
So which of these two premises do you reject? Do you reject that there are experiences of badness, or do you reject that experiences are objective?
I disagree with what you smuggled into your argument that bad experiences are objective.
That's the conclusion, Mike. Which of the premises do you reject?
It's a non sequitur because
it's not a non sequitur. It's wait.
Then where's the argument? Then what's your argument that there are objectively bad experiences?
Okay, wait. So let's do it like this. So let's say that this is we got the fucking circle of experiences. And we're gonna write badness in here because the people have experiences of badness. Do you agree?
Subjectively, yep.
And perfect. Yeah. So within the circle of experiences, we have badness. Perfect.
No, you have to put that into the argument, right?
Wait. We're just doing a diagram right now. We have badness within the circle of experiences. Now, is experience objective?
Yeah.
Perfect. So then we'll just go ahead and shade this with the objectivity shading. So everything which is shaded is objective, as we just agreed. So badness is objective.
No, that's nonsense. Bad.
You're literally looking at the diagram. Are you kidding?
Let me explain to you, right? So I agree that there are experiences that we think are bad or good stance dependently, but there are no stance independent badness or good experiences. And that's what I maintain. And that's what you can't demonstrate.
I don't even know how to proceed with the argument. You literally, the diagram is like right in front of you. Badness is objective.
Where? How do you know that?
What do you mean where? Right in front of you. Look at it.
No, that's not you. You have smuggled in the idea that all experiences are objectively good or bad into your argument.
There's nothing about this is like all experiences are objectively. I don't think. Because that's just a straw man, right? Because I don't think the experience of like blueness is good or bad. I think it's just blue. Some experiences are good, and I'm actually agnostic to that. But some experiences are bad, and then some are not. So that's not true at all.
I agree, but they're stance dependently bad, right? And that's
so do you disagree? Would you reject one or two? Would you reject that there are experiences of badness, or would you reject that experiences are objective?
There are experiences of badness, but that bad or good experience is a stance as to whether or not it's bad.
Is it going to be one or two? Or are you rejecting one or two?
Well, first of all, that's not an argument. What you present.
Well, wait. Are you rejecting one or two? It is an argument. It's a premise and a conclusion. So you're rejecting one or two?
I reject one.
Okay, so you reject that there are experiences of badness.
I reject that because that assumes that they are objectively bad experiences.
Well, wait. So if I was presupposing that they were objectively bad experiences, then why would I have premise two? I'm not assuming that. I'm inferring that based on an additional premise. That's just how logic works.
That's a bad inference because there can be experiences that are subjectively bad or good.
But I'm saying so badness is experienced. Experiences are objective. Therefore, badness is objective.
That's a non sequitur because there are experiences that can be subjectively bad.
There are experiences which can be subjectively bad, but experiences are objective.
But that doesn't mean that they're objectively bad.
But they're still objective. So badness is an experience.
I agree that
experiences are objective.
But that doesn't
Therefore,
mean they're
badness
objectively
is
bad.
objective. Wait,
But
okay.
no, it doesn't mean they're objectively bad.
Okay, wait. So how can we do this? So the is being used, I think, is a predication. So let's do Okay, wait. We'll just like do some like term substitution just so we can understand how this argument is not a non sequitur. So you agree a square is a rectangle, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, actually let's do there are squares. That will be premise 1. Oh no, I'm being stupid. Yeah. So a square is a rectangle. You agree with that? Rectangles have 4 sides. Therefore, squares have 4 sides. You agree with that? Mm-hmm. Badness is experienced.
Subjectively, that has to be asterisk there.
I don't even know what that means because you hold so then your worldview just has a contradiction.
Where?
Because you're saying that experiences are objective, but then here you have this subjective experience. So are experiences objective or subjective? Which is it, Mike?
So I agree that experiences are objective, but when we invoke the word bad or good experiences, that's where subjectivity comes into play.
Okay, but are experiences always objective?
Experiences in terms of, like the quality or the, neural pathways, yes, that's objectively true that those things happen. But being bad or good experiences, that's where it's subjective.
Cool. Wait, so perfect. Awesome. Wait, so we have that experiences are objective and badness is the thing which is experienced.
Subjectively, yeah. Badness, when we say something's bad, that's just a subjective claim.
I'm just not really sure. Like you're directly contradicting yourself, and I don't understand how you don't hear yourself directly contradicting yourself.
Yeah. So where's the contradiction?
Because you think experiences are both subject. Sometimes they're subjective, but also objective.
No, I'm saying that bad experiences, in terms of saying something's bad, that's subjective.
Are experiences indexed to the self, or are they not indexed to the self?
Well, that's a deeper question.
It's not though, because that's literally just the definition of objective.
Well, they're indexed to biological functions.
Perfect. So is that going to be are biological functions indexed to the self, or are they indexed to not the self?
Well, this is weird because I kind of reject the self, that the self exists.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So I'm just going to ask you the question again. Do you think like biological facts are going to be indexed to the self or not indexed to the self?
What's the self?
The fucking you, like the thing that's experiencing, the thing that's embarrassing himself, making the dumbest arguments anyone's ever heard.
So what's me? Like my molecules? So if I take off,
are you asking about the word or like the thing that's referred to by the word?
Yeah, like what's the self?
You are a split self that includes like an I related to your biology, but also to your self-image. There's like many facets of I, but they all unify into one self. You're composed
so
of
where's that one self?
Self.
What's that one self? If I take off my eye, am I no longer a self?
No. You're still yourself. You're just yourself without an eye.
If I take off my brain, if I take off my legs, am I still a self?
Yeah, I'd probably say if you took off your brain, the idea of you still exists, but you as an entity, if you put your brain in a vat, I would say that you are the brain in the vat.
Okay,
you are your mind.
If I were to burn and my ashes just went into the earth and the air and water, would I still be a self?
Well, no, because then you would be dead.
Okay, great. So where's the cutoff between self and not a self?
I mean, in that scenario you outlined, probably death. That seems like a pretty good cutoff.
Death? So
yeah, for the specific burning example, that seems like a pretty good.
So 1 second, but 1 second before I die, I'm a self. But the second I die, I'm no longer a self.
Yes.
Really? So what's the distinction that where the self comes in?
Death.
Yeah. What about death says that I'm a self or not a self?
Death is an end to the mind.
Oh, okay. There you go. The mind. So you think where in the mind is the self?
Your phenomenological experience.
Okay. So your experiences tell you that you're a self.
Yes.
Okay. So what point do these experiences end where you say it's not a self anymore?
When you are no longer having an experience.
And how do you know?
Probably some biological fact about the brain and whether or not you are continuing to have an experience.
Well, yeah, this is where I would say I disagree, that there is such a thing as a self outside of biological processes. I think that our minds can produce a self, but...
Yeah, so wait, what's the contradiction entailed in my view? Because it seems like you just pivoted to restating your conclusion.
Well, I'm not saying there was a contradiction. I'm just saying I don't agree with your premise.
What's the unintuitive premise?
That self exists. I don't think self exists.
That's your conclusion. Which of my premises?
This is really irrelevant, right?
Wait. Which of my premises is unintuitive?
That there's something about the mind that says there's a self.
The mind is like the facet through which the mind can think about the mind. You are identified by your mind. This tracks onto like just an intuitive understanding. This tracks onto common usage. This tracks on to
if we divided my mind into or my brain into like little bits, and I still have a couple thoughts or experiences in the little part of my brain. Am I still a self?
If it gets divided into little bits, do you have an experience?
Yeah, let's just say my brain is a small, tiny thing, but it experiences something. There's a little part of my mind that experiences still. Am I still a self?
Does it understand itself in the same way? Like you're still a self, but are you the same self? That's a different question. If you understand yourself to be the same self, then I would say that you are.
Yeah, this is where it gets confusing to talk about the self, because where are the ends and the starts of it? But look, this is a point that's not even relevant. The point is that there's nothing about an experience that says it's bad or good, independent of stances to me.
Okay, that's fine. I just disagree.
Yeah, so if you're going to claim that morals are objective, or that suffering is objectively bad, that's a claim you're making that has to be shown.
Yeah, and I've demonstrated it by trapping you in like contradiction after contradiction. The TikTok live clips are going to eat you alive.
Yeah, where's the contradiction?
The contradiction is that you think that experiences are both subjective and also objective.
No, I don't. I don't think that.
Okay, so is badness experienced?
Subjectively, yeah.
Yeah, so some experiences are subjective. Are all experiences objective?
No, claims of experiences are subjective, right? So
the claims are the experiences themselves.
No. So
that wasn't a yes or no question, Mike.
The claim is independent of the experience. That's the point, right? The claim is independent of the experience. And the problem with saying that this is a bad or good experience is that there's nothing independent of our stances. The claim is just a stance, right?
So what was my question, and how does that answer it? Or do you have no idea?
I think you pretended as if there was a contradiction in my view, and you failed to do so.
That's not a question. That wasn't the question. Do you remember the question that I just asked you? The question that you were trying to answer, the question that you did not answer. Do you remember that question, or do you need to be reminded of it?
Go ahead. What is it?
I have no fucking idea. I completely forgot. But I mean, you didn't answer it. I know that.
I don't remember there being a question, but again, you still haven't shown, you haven't shown where bad experiences are independent of stances. You haven't shown that.
So the question was, so it was related to, okay, wait. Sure. So is, what part of it is subjective? Is it the experience itself or the claim about the experience?
The claim, which is the stance, that's subjective.
So the claim is the subjective part, but the experience itself is objective.
Right.
Okay. I understand the disconnect now, because gotcha. So you would say that there exists claims that an experience is bad,
Right.
But there does not exist like a badness within the experience itself.
Right. Exactly.
Gotcha. I think I would just disagree with this.
I know, but why? That's the problem.
Yeah, because it's qualitatively experienced as bad. It is literally invoking the reward, deterrence centers of the brain. It is quite literally the bad feeling. Pete, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. W Pete in the comment section. W666. W Satan. Hail Satan. Appreciate it.
But there you go again, saying that you're smuggling in the notion of it being bad, a bad feeling. How do you know something's bad or good without?
We've already done this one, Mike. I've already explained this to you. Yeehaw. Thank you so much, Barnabas.
So, yeah, where?
We've done this like 10 times, Mike. It's based on the experience itself in the same way that blue is qualitatively blue.
Beyond the experience. Beyond the experience. How do you?
Chevy, thank you so much for the coral. Let's get a big W, Chevy, in the comment section. I appreciate that, Chevy.
Well, look, we're not talking.
Well,
about
I think bad is the experience.
Okay. How do you know something? How do you know an experience is bad or good without a stance?
Well, it's like asking, how do you know that that blueness, that the experience of seeing blue is blue?
No, because we're not saying blue is good or bad.
You're just pointing out that these are different cases. That's not actually a disanalogy. Lena, thank you so much for the $3 on Venmo for badness molecules offset. W Lena in the comment section. I appreciate that. Suffering indeed.
Yeah, you still don't. There's still no substance in the physical world that says this experience is bad or good.
Could you tell me what the blueness what the blueness substance is? You're just going to say brain states, and I'm going to say that that's the same substance for badness.
We're not talking about we're not talking about the experience itself. We're talking about the badness or goodness of it.
Yeah, I'm saying that suffering is 1-to-1 bad.
1-to-1 bad. So every instance of suffering is bad to you.
Yeah, it's just that there is a badness present in it, which is not to say that the experience overall, that if all things considered, like a specific event itself is bad, but just that the experience is bad. But if you put the event in context, for example, if working out, even if it does cause suffering, which I'm not convinced it does, but even if it does cause suffering, if it reduces suffering elsewhere, then I would take this to be a good thing, a better thing to do than if you didn't do it. Certainly, I wouldn't take it to be a bad thing insofar as it actually causes a reduction in suffering.
Yeah, so here's an analogy. Do you think pizza is objectively tasty?
No.
Okay. But every time you eat pizza, you're stimulating the neural pathway in the brain that says this is good tasting pizza, right?
So that talks about a specific event. I don't make claims that like this event or that event is going to be like objectively good or objectively bad.
Problem. That's your problem, and then you just
but I don't. Because I make claims about
it.
events which cause suffering. I make claims about experiences, and these experiences are caused by events. So I don't make a blanket statement about like, well, working out is good. Well, like kicking puppies is bad, although I'd probably defend that kicking puppies is bad, but that's neither here nor there. I don't make claims about like a specific event. I make claims about the things that these events cause.
Subjectively. You don't have you cannot make objective claims about something being good or bad. You can't do it.
Why not?
Appealing to stances.
Why not?
Because you're appealing to stances every single time.
Where?
Well, show me how you're not. Show me how you.
Oh, burden shifting. Wait. I'm not going to let you burden shift. Defend your claim. How am I not?
You're unable to show how.
That's your claim again. How am I not?
Well, the burden is on you because you're making.
Wait. But because you made the affirmative claim that I'm not demonstrating it. How am I not?
Yeah, you're not demonstrating it.
Yeah, that's just the claim again. How am I not?
Because you made the original claim that you have objective morals.
Yeah. Do you think that answers my question?
Defend that.
Wait. Let's not. I'm not going to let you burden shift away from this. You made the claim that I didn't defend that. How am I not defending? Wait. That this is that I didn't provide like the explanation for this. So in what way did I not provide the explanation for this?
By not doing it. Yeah.
Oh, sure. And how do you know that that's the case? Because I actually gave the explanation like probably 10 times at this point.
Yeah. So how do you show that experiences are objectively bad or good beyond the experience?
Because they are qualitatively, fundamentally, and self-evidently experienced as such.
Well, then how do you know that those experiences are good or bad? You can't just say, well, I experienced them as bad or good, because that's just appealing to stances.
How do you know that the sky is blue, Mike?
Here we go again.
It's gonna come back to qualitative experience. That you know the sky is blue because you qualitatively experience it as such. You know suffering is bad because you qualitatively experience it as such.
I understand that you have it in you can appeal to your intuition and say, well, it feels bad to get kicked in the head.
Not feels bad. Not feels bad. Is bad. That's not my claim.
Exactly. So how do you know that being kicked in the head is bad objectively?
Because it is qualitatively experienced as such.
There you go. So you're relying back. You're going back to the feeling, right? It feels bad.
It's not a feeling, Mike. There's no feeling there. It's an experience.
That's feeling.
Oh, okay. Wait. So do you feel blue? Do you feel blue when you look at the sky?
Blueness is.
Do you feel blue,
an experience?
Mike? What does blue feel like?
It's not a feeling. It's
perfect. It's an experience. Yes, exactly.
Pathway.
Badness is an experience. It's not a feeling.
Blueness is a what?
Blueness is an experience. It's not a feeling.
Right. It's an experience.
Yeah. Perfect. Awesome.
Okay.
So then we agree.
Then how do you know something is bad?
Because you experience it as bad.
And what about
you know something is blue because you experience it as blue. You know something is bad because you experience it as bad.
What about the experience says it is objectively a bad experience?
What about the experience of looking at the sky says that it is objectively blue?
The fact that pathways light up in the brain, but that's
the fact that pathways light up in the brain, Mike.
Goodness or badness.
The fact that pathways light up in the brain.
But that doesn't tell you that they're bad or good.
But the pathways don't tell you that it's blue or not blue. The experience does.
Yes, they do.
Okay, wait. So if I pulled up neural pathways right now, could you tell me what color they correspond to?
Yes, we know.
Fuck yeah, let's run it. Oh my god.
We know where colors are experienced in the brain.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, Mike. We are going to run this one.
Yeah. The problem is badness is not experienced in the brain objectively. It is. You're just claiming. Your stance is that it's a bad experience or a good one.
I'm pulling up some brain scans of various colors, and we're going to see whether or not, in fact, your claim is correct that you can identify what color is being viewed based on the neural pathway. I don't know why you would make like such an obviously stupid claim, but that's fine. Wait, I think you actually might be like completely cooked because there's actually no neural pathway, it seems, that's associated with colors.
It is. It's called the ventral stream.
The ventral stream.
Mm-hmm. It's a pathway that processes color vision. It's in the temporal lobe.
Ventral stream. It doesn't mention anything about colors. It talks about objects, shapes.
Yeah, but also processes colors too. When there's so many fMRI studies showing that stimulating certain areas of the brain can produce color.
The V4 area is responsible for color perception in human. Okay, cool. Wait, so ventral stream V4? So it doesn't seem like there's any studies that have made this distinction. So how do you know that this is the area of the brain that's responsible for differentiation between colors?
Yeah, so there's a NIH study on this.
Yeah, let's see it. What is it?
Yeah, just look up NIH. I'm sorry, NIH. Yeah, NIH, National Eye Institute.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, activity patterns in the brain are specific to the color you see.
Pathways
One of the articles on the paper
are specific to the colors you see.
That's just one of the articles, but the study is called Color Space Geometry Uncovered with Magnetoencephalography.
Okay, wait.
The geometry that describes the relationship among colors and the neural mechanisms that support color vision are so. Here we use. That's just the abstract. But yeah. There's different neural correlates for color appearance.
So if I gave you a brain scan right now, what would you look at to determine whether or not it was looking at like something that's blue, something that's red, or like whatever color? How would you determine that?
By looking at the part of the brain that lights up when you see those colors.
But how do you know that these parts correspond to, if not based on the experience of seeing these colors, how do you know that it is these colors and their correspondence that creates this neural pathway?
We can trace them back to like your photoreceptors in your eyes.
Yeah, but how do you know that it is these colors specifically that create these colors to light up?
Well,
or these pathways to light up?
Well, when we say color, we're talking about a particular neural experience, right? Now,
experience, qualitative experience. Perfect.
Yeah,
perfect. So you ground blueness in qualitative experience. You ground redness in qualitative experience.
Right.
The reason we know the pathway is associated with this thing is because of qualitative experience.
Right.
So similarly, similarly, we would say that badness is grounded in qualitative experience.
So where's your study on badness being found in the brain?
Well, that's a philosophical claim. It's just going to be analytically true. It's just going to be analytically true that badness one-to-one corresponds with suffering.
Look, you can't just say things are analytically true. I mean, a theist can do that. Say, "Oh, God is analytically true."
I would just ask them what they mean by God.
Your job is to defend.
Wait. No, they can't, because then I would just ask them to find God. The claim that they make is either untrue or uninteresting.
Define the fact, the idea that badness is objective. Show me how that's the case.
Wait, so define the fact. Do you think facts are defined? Typically, definitions are defined. Words are defined. You think facts are defined? Is that correct?
Support. You know what I mean. Support the idea that.
But I'm going to reject the analogy that you just gave. I'm rejecting the analogy that you put forward just now,
Okay,
about like a theist coming forward and saying, well, God exists because analytically, because I would just ask them, well, what's your definition of God? And sometimes they say, well, I think God's the universe, in which case I say, I don't really care about that. If you want to say that God is the universe, I mean, you can. That's not really the God that I'm talking about when I make the statement God isn't real.
Yeah, I'd say God is a being that subjectively instills experiences that we subjectively think are bad or good.
So God is the being that subjectively instills experiences that are bad or good?
Yeah.
So warrant the existence of the being?
Yep, that's analytically true.
Well, no, but warrants the existence. Wait, because you make a claim. So an analytic truth is just going to be a truth via definition,
right?
Even if it's like the same ways. Let's say that like the way that phones work. If I defended the position that the way that phones work are because there's like little fairies running really quickly between your phone and my phone, that would technically fit with the phenomena, but that doesn't actually prove that there are little fairies that are running between our phones. It wouldn't be an analytic truth to say that there are fairies running between our phones. Like in the same way, it wouldn't be analytically true to say that God gives us the experiences. You would still need to prove the existence of the God in the first place.
Just like you haven't proved the existence of objective facts morally.
Oh, perfect. Wait, so you'll concede that fact and go back to just restating your conclusion. Awesome.
No.
So you'll get folded on that argument and then just go back to your conclusion. I'm glad.
What are you talking about?
So that's perfect. So you couldn't defend the argument, you couldn't defend the position. So instead of defending the position, you just restated your conclusion.
What are you talking about?
Everyone heard it just right now.
No.
Because, I told you that the theists would still need to, in order for it to be analytically true, they still need to defend the existence of that thing in reality. If they don't defend the existence of that thing, then it's not analytically true. And then you pivoted to say, well, you haven't done that. This is just a pivot back to your conclusion. You're just restating your conclusion.
No, I'm saying that you haven't supported the idea of moral facts yet.
But I have so many times.
How do you know that something is morally good or bad without appealing to stances about it?
Yeah, just like in the same way the sky is qualitatively blue, suffering is qualitatively bad.
Oh, so where's the bad pathway in the brain?
It's the pathway related to suffering.
Okay, and how? Well, no, you can't equivocate badness with suffering again. How do you know that the suffering pathway is bad?
Because it's qualitatively experienced as bad.
How? No, again, how do you know, independent of stances, that that's a bad experience?
It's qualitatively experienced as such. How do you know that looking at the sky is qualitatively blue?
Oh my God. How do you know outside of the
How do you know that the sky is qualitatively blue?
How do you know outside of
How do you know? I'm not going to move on from this. How do you know that the sky is qualitatively blue? Answer the question.
Well, first of all, the sky isn't blue. It's the brain that perceives it as blue.
Oh, but, so yes. Why? How is the experience of looking at the sky qualitatively blue?
Again, I showed you research on that we can look at the patterns of the brain.
Yeah, so it comes back to a brain scan. But how do you know that this neural pathway is the one that is associated with colors?
Because every time we can independently verify this by having a patient look at the sky and that part of the brain activates, right? And that would be an evidence that that's objectively blue. But when it comes to badness, there is no such experiment we can do.
Yeah, that's going to be because lots of different things cause suffering, not just like specific objects.
It's not about suffering. Like you're not showing how suffering correlates to badness or goodness objectively. How do you know an experience is bad or good beyond somebody's experience of it?
How do you know that an experience is bad or good beyond the experience? How do you know facts about an experience putting aside the experience?
Well, again, that's why we have people who can verify things, and we can verify things beyond our experiences.
Perfect. So then you can verify this based on what's going on in the brain.
Yeah, that's why there's research on the brain. We can verify
W concession.
Brain. Now, how do you verify that an experience is good or bad beyond your stance about it?
Yeah, well, that's just going to come down to the suffering neural pathway, as I've said like at least 20 times.
Yeah, so
you've been. Can you point out the contradiction in my worldview?
So if somebody said,
wait, Mike, we've been debating this for like 2 hours at this point. Do you have the contradiction in my worldview?
When did I ever claim there's a contradiction? I'm saying you can't
So if there's no contradiction in my worldview, then I'm just going to accept it.
Well, then that would be the case for anything you want to believe. Oh, I just believe in fairies. There's no contradiction. I'll believe it. That's not how this works.
But there is a contradiction because there is a strong evidentiary case that naturalism is true, which means that supernaturalism is not.
That's not a contradiction.
But it is because we arrive at our beliefs based. Wait, Mike.
No.
Wait. Wait, Mike. You just said no. It's not. Can you summarize the argument I was about to give? Or do you want? Wait. Do you want? If you already know the argument, then fine. But otherwise, can I give the argument, or do you already know it?
I'm just saying there's no contradiction.
Wait. And I know I agree that that's your conclusion. But do you want? Can I give the argument, or do you already know it?
You can give the argument. Go ahead.
Perfect. And are you going to interrupt this time, or?
Good.
Yeah, perfect. So we arrive at our beliefs based on evidence. We gather evidence towards the ends of our beliefs. And based on these beliefs, based on the evidence, all the evidence points towards naturalism. This leads to the belief in naturalism, which would actually disprove the existence of fairies.
No, it wouldn't. So that's an epistemic contradiction. I asked for a logical contradiction. You couldn't find it.
Epistemology is involved in logic. Wait, so can you find the epistemic contradiction in my worldview?
Yeah. The problem with your view is that if somebody were to say that this experience is good, even though it's correlated with the same pathway that you deem is bad, that's a contradiction. That's an epistemic contradiction. That would be entailed by your view.
Yeah. Could you find me the person who says that suffering is good and doesn't, or in case it, like unnecessary suffering is good, for example? Could you find me the person who would affirm that unnecessary suffering is good? Who experiences unnecessary suffering and experiences that suffering as being a good thing? Could you find me that person?
Yeah, what's his name? David Higgins or Higgins, whatever. He thinks that suffering is good, like, going out there, suffering in like cold waters and shit. So he would say that those are good experiences.
Because
you
of
would say they're
what?
bad. Who's right?
Well, wait. So first of all, this doesn't involve suffering. This involves like the dopamine neural pathway.
Yeah. So how do you know that certain actions are bad or good objectively beyond stances?
So you're just pivoting away.
How did I pivot?
Wait. Can you even summarize the last thing that I just said?
You're saying that there's dopamine involved and there's pain involved. And that's fine.
That's not what I said at all. I said that the specific neural pathway that's activated in these scenarios is the dopamine pain neural pathway as opposed to the suffering pain neural pathway. This is the same pathway that's invoked in like BDSM, for example. The suffering pathway doesn't happen when someone gets like spanked or whatever. It's like the dopamine pain neural pathway.
Yeah. So let's just say that same suffering pathway somebody says is a good experience. How do you know that they're wrong objectively?
If they say that it's a good experience, because it's just quality, it's in the same way that if somebody's like red pathway activated, but they were staring at blue.
Well, that could be independently verified to be wrong because of the fact that we can test that experience and we can see that certain pathways light up or don't. I'm asking you, how do you know that that's a bad or a good experience objectively? You can't do it. You can't.
Wait. But you couldn't do that. So you just like hand waved away that question. Let's say that you have. So let's put the experiment like this. Let's say that you have like goggles on your face, and there's like a color that's like being viewed, and there's like a CAT scan being, or like a brain, not a CAT scan, like a brain scan being done of your brain, and it sees the like blue pathway lighting up, going fucking nuts. How do you know? Or but they say that the color they're looking at is red. How can you say that they're wrong? Like what then? How do you what are they looking at?
Well, again, if somebody says they're seeing red, well, that's just a label they put on the thing, right? And that's perfectly fine.
But the object being referred to is still blue. So even if somebody labels it as good, as suffering as good, that's just putting a label on badness.
The color isn't indexed to badness or goodness. That's why it's dysanalogous. Right?
But that's just pointing out that it's a different case, Mike.
No, it's
wait. I'm okay. That's fine. I guess we'll just have to run you down on this one. That's fine. such a boring
No,
debate. Whatever.
It's completely disanalogous because
wait, Mike. I'm gonna be unbelievably linear and aggressive with you for the next however long this takes, and you're gonna answer, and I'm not gonna move on until you do answer. Why are these things disanalogous?
Because in one circumstance, they're indexed to goodness and badness. In the other circumstance, they're not.
Yeah, and why does that make these disanalogous?
Because that's a distinction.
Oh,
That's
so
relevant
just
to
your
say.
conclusion again. So why does it being a distinction make them disanalogous?
It's a distinction relative to your claim.
Okay, but why does that make it disanalogous?
Because you can't say that blueness is good or bad. You can't say that there's something objective.
I'm not trying to say that blueness is good or bad.
So then you
Nobody's
can't
saying
use-
that
so
blueness
then you
is good or
can't
bad.
use-
Nobody
right,
is
so-
saying that blueness
so then
is
you
good or
can't
bad.
invoke that
Why?
argument,
Wait,
because that's not even remotely
Nobody's
analogous.
saying that. Why are these things disanalogous?
Because you're trying to equivocate an experience of blue or red as something.
And why does that make it disanalogous?
Because when you're saying something is good or bad, that's different from saying something is blue or red.
I understand. I've heard
And
this
that-
claim.
and-
Wait.
and
But
that's-
why? Wait. Okay, so I'll just say your words back to you so you don't get confused, because I think you're a little bit lost right
There's
now.
nothing about the experience. The reason why it's
Okay,
disanalogous is because there's nothing about the experience.
My daddy. Okay, Mike. So the question is just going to be again, why is one thing talking about morals and one thing not talking about morals? Why does that make it disanalogous if the point is just that some things are qualitatively experienced?
That's not the point of contention.
That is the point in
No,
contention.
it's not. Because
the point of contention.
you can't experience badness. You don't experience goodness. You don't experience those things. Like you can experience red or blue.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that you experience the way you know you experience red and blue is just by the fact that you experience them. The way that you know you experience badness is just by the fact that you experience it.
Well, that's just an intuitive claim, and I agree. But the problem is,
You W concession.
No, it's
that
not.
you just conceded the entire debate, Mike. You agree with the point. You agree that badness is experienced.
Subjectively.
Huge W, Mike, in the comment section. We got an
Subjectively.
objective moral realist up here. W concession.
No, so if you missed what I said, right? I said it's subjectively not. It's only subjectively good or bad, not objectively.
Oh, but I disagree. That's not my point at all. You said you agreed with my point. That's
Great.
not my
So
point.
where is the objective badness experience?
Where's the objective badness experience? It's present in the experience of suffering. But wait, Mike, we're not pivoting off of this. Mike, we're on
Okay,
we're on a
so then
fucking.
here we
Mike,
go
we're
again,
on the.
back to your
wait,
original claim.
we're on a railroad, Mike. We're going until there's an end to this, until we find the disanalogy. So you need to point out the thing for the sake of this to prove why they're disanalogous. Why I can't invoke blueness as an argument. You need to tell me what the
Because
relevant
blueness wouldn't be a
distinction
stance.
is.
Because blueness wouldn't be a stance, badness would be a stance.
Wait, so but I disagree. I don't accept that.
Well, then that's why this disanalogous, right? Because
I don't accept that.
well, I don't care, right? Like,
Oh,
this is
perfect.
logic.
Wait, so if you don't care, then I don't care.
No, you should care because we're.
Well,
we're
and
based on
I'll
logic.
just turn it back
Are
on you.
logical?
You should
Like,
care. You can be wrong about it if you want. You should
no,
care.
you're being ridiculous right now, right?
You're getting you have no idea what you're even talking. You can't give me the relevant distinction. All you can say is that these like case A and case B are different cases. I agree they're different
No,
cases.
that's not
Why does that matter to the
you're
relevant
not quite
principle that's
grasping
being
the
appealed to?
difference. You're not. Let me try to explain it again. In the case of blueness,
You're just going to say that it's talking about that blueness is not experienced as bad, and I'm going to say no shit.
right? That's why you can't appeal.
That's not
to
disanalogy.
blueness.
Wait, do you know what a do you know what a disanalogy is?
Yeah. Now, can you show me?
Wait.
where
Can you
goodness
give me? Wait. Can you
Show me where goodness is in the brain. Can you show me where badness is in the brain?
Wait. Can you define disanalogy?
Can I define analogy?
Disanalogy.
Disanalogy, it's when two propositions are incompatible with each other.
That's a contradiction. Okay, so let's try again. So you got it wrong the first time. What's a disanalogy?
It's when two propositions are the argumentation behind those two propositions are different.
What? Absolutely not. That's just like having two different arguments. That's like literally just two arguments are different. That's not disanalogy. So let's try a third time. Can you tell us what a disanalogy is, Mike?
It's when two arguments are two scenarios are not compatible with each other in terms of explaining a previous argument.
Yeah, I mean that's just like the relevant principle that's being appealed to.
Okay,
the relevant
great.
principle
So
being appealed to is not.
Can you now explain to me where badness is? Where's the experience of badness?
Wait, Mike, I'm not getting off of this, Mike. We're gonna stay on this until you concede that these things are analogous.
You keep trying to get
Mike, I don't give Mike, Mike,
you would never,
Mike,
like, you
Daddy,
you couldn't
Daddy,
couldn't actually be an actual debate.
Daddy. We're going to keep on going until we find the disanalogy. I'm not getting off of this.
Yeah. So in one scenario,
you're just going to say that one is experienced as bad and one isn't. Or
can I fucking explain myself?
Let's calm down there. I'm sorry. Did calling you daddy upset? I can totally not call you that. I didn't realize that it struck a nerve with you.
Can I explain?
Yeah, please go for it.
Yeah. So in the scenario of the blueness, there is no. It's not going to be indexed to badness or goodness. But in the experience, but in the experience of suffering, you are claiming that it is indexed to something objectively bad or good. So that's why they're not compatible. That's why they're not analogous. Now,
that's your conclusion, but I'm asking you, why does that mean that they're disanalogous?
So can you show me where is the objective verification?
Wait. I just asked you a question. Wait. But why does that make it? Why does the fact that one is an experience of moral facts, whereas one is an experience of like colors? Why does that mean that they're disanalogous for the purpose of this argument?
Colors are synthetic facts, and morals are not. They're not at all.
Okay, wait. And what do you mean by that?
Well, do you know what a synthetic fact is?
Yeah, so a synthetic fact is just going to be related to like an objective fact about the world, whereas an analytic fact is just going to be true based on definitions.
Right. Moral claims are not synthetic.
So moral claims are not synthetic.
True. That's why it's disanalogous. Now, can you provide?
Yeah, so I would say that they are synthetic insofar as they correspond directly one-to-one, just to the fact of suffering.
That's the problem. Now you have to go.
What's the contradiction?
I'm not saying there's a contradiction.
Perfect.
I'm saying
so if there's not
a
contradiction, I don't really care.
That doesn't matter. I'm telling you there's a problem. You can't justify your objective claim of morality. So,
but I can because it's objectively rooted in brain states.
Yeah. So where in the brain is badness or goodness located?
Well, so the objectivity, the objective part of this is the brain state. The brain state corresponds to the qualitative experience of badness.
Let me try again. Where in the brain is badness or goodness located?
Where in the brain is badness or goodness located?
Yeah.
Well, that's just a qualitative experience. That's like asking like where the blueness qualia is located. It's not located in the brain. It's located in experience.
Okay. So where outside of experience?
It's located in experience, Mike.
Okay.
Where's blueness qualia?
In the brain.
Oh, now, sure. Wait, so can you say, so the qualitative like experience of blueness, so you think an experience is a physical thing? Like,
yes.
like a physical object? Like experience is a physical object that you can like, somebody else could like touch or feel.
Yeah, so experience is to me physical in the sense that it's neuronal. It's electrochemical.
No, but I'm not talking about like what produces the experience. I'm talking about the experience itself. Well, where does the experience itself exist?
I don't think there's a distinction.
Oh, but I do. Wait, so you think that
that's actually relevant too?
So if we took like a brain and we just like lit it up.
Why are you pivoting?
Wait, because this is a pivot. This is a reductio to the position that you just said.
It's irrelevant.
Mike, you're crashing out right now. Mike, let's take a deep breath and out. Mike, that's not a pivot. That's just a reductio to the absurd, silly thing that you just said. So if I took a brain,
that's irrelevant.
No, but it's not because it's a reductio. Do you know what a reductio ad absurdum is? Yeah. We're learning so much about philosophy today, Mike, aren't we? Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Barnabas. Appreciate that. Do you know what a reductio is? Yeah. Or do you need me to explain that too?
Yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah, cool. So if I took a brain and I lit up the relevant pathways, would there be an experience associated with that?
Yeah, but that experience doesn't mean
what you think. So if I took a dead brain and lit up like the pathway associated with like suffering, you think that that would cause an experience of suffering?
If you caused electrochemistry to be inputted into a brain, yes, there would be experience.
So even with like a dead brain that's connected to nothing else?
Brain, yes, life is just an electrochemical process, right? Now,
could you prove that perhaps? Could you show me the experiment?
Well, maybe you don't know the philosophy much, but philosophy of science, but I'm sorry, we don't prove synthetic claims.
Could you show me the evidence for it then?
Yeah, the evidence is in biology.
Yeah, but could you show me like the study or like the paper? Could you show me the evidence?
Yeah, do you know what abiogenesis is?
Yeah, I do. It's the process of life coming from non-life. Yeah,
exactly. So in the process of life coming from non-life, what has to happen? Electrochemistry.
We're doing a little process. So there's 3 steps that need to happen for abiogenesis, in no particular order, like segregation from the external environment.
No, you're not.
The formation of a metabolism and the formation of a self-replicating like molecule.
Yeah,
these are the 3 key steps.
Yeah, those are all electrochemical processes.
Whoa! Can you show me the electrochemical process that's present within the formation of self-replicating molecules?
Yeah. So do you know how? You understand what DNA is? It's a molecule.
Wait. We're not talking about DNA. We're not talking about DNA.
Well, we're talking about nucleic acids.
Mike, we're not talking about DNA. We're talking about
we could talk about
the
nucleic
formation
acids,
of self-replicating molecules,
which entail nucleic acids.
Do they? That could be true. Let's look.
Yes, they do.
That could be the case. Let's just check really quick. Are nucleobases the same thing as what you're talking about?
Nucleobases make up nucleic acids.
Oh yeah. Nucleic acids are indeed involved. But, so you're saying that there's and nucleic acids create like self-replicating processes?
Yes, right. And we can take a look at the electrochemical processes entailed by that, and we can see how they exchange electrons, they exchange ions within one another. That's what causes life to occur, right? It's a process. So, but this is a pivot on your end, right?
Because you're the one who brought up abiogenesis. Well, you pivoted all the way to abiogenesis.
I had to bring it up because you asked me what was the process, right?
Yeah, well, I'm just asking you, could you show me the evidence?
Of abiogenesis? There's tons of studies.
No, not of abiogenesis. I agree with abiogenesis, obviously.
Okay, then you would agree that you could just easily infer that these processes are electrochemical in nature that bring about life.
Why? Wait, just that experience necessarily, if the pathway is lit up, then the experience is happening.
Yeah, that's what electrochemistry is.
So if you took like so you're saying that if I took just this one, literally, if I dissected this brain, took this one pathway out of the brain, out of all of the brain, and just lit up this one pathway, that there would be an experience of suffering?
Yeah, you can simulate experiences of suffering with that.
Oh, so let's say I take from this just all of the neurons involved in this one pathway, take them completely out of the brain, all the way entirely out of the brain, take the entire suffering neural pathway out of the brain, and I light up the suffering neural pathway.
Well, it wouldn't be there, so you wouldn't feel pain. There are people that don't feel pain.
No. But just like the pathway itself, if I lit up just the pathway itself, would that create suffering?
If it's not functional, no, you couldn't create suffering.
But I took the entire pathway out, and I'm letting up the exact same pathway.
If you took it out, then you couldn't feel pain.
Or is it the case that perhaps there's more to it? That I'm not asking about the rest of the brain. I'm asking about the pathway itself.
If the pathway is gone, you don't feel pain.
I'm not asking about the rest of the brain, Mike. You're not listening.
I didn't say that.
Truly, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Appreciate you in the community. Yeah, but I'm asking you, so the pathway, you dissect it, you take the pathway out. If you lit up just the pathway, is there an experience of suffering that's had?
Yeah.
Prove it.
There would be some kind of experience. It would have to be processed higher and higher neuron.
Prove it.
Prove what?
The thing that you just agreed to, prove it.
Do you know how the brain works?
Prove it. I think it's unimaginable to me that if you just took like a single neural pathway out of the brain and lit up just that single neural pathway, if you dissected it and removed it from the brain and you lit up just that one pathway, I find it deeply unlikely to say that there's an experience that's had here.
Well, there would have to be neurons that process that, and that neuron, if you destroy the entire neural pathway, you wouldn't be able to feel the pain. But if you lit that pathway up, I think you would be able to feel pain.
No, just this is you are not listening. The pathway is outside of the brain, and the pathway is the thing that's being lit up.
Oh yeah, if it's outside the brain, then yeah, you would still be able to. There still be some kind of experience there, just like life can experience things like flies, bugs. They all have experiences still.
But is there an experience of suffering just for the portion of your brain that got dissected?
There probably would be. I'm not 100% sure, but I think there would be.
Prove it.
Like when you say prove it, do you understand that scientific claims aren't like based on proofs?
Provide the evidence for it.
There you go. Right, evidence. Yeah, and the overwhelming evidence is found in tons of biological studies.
Yeah. So okay, but that's actually deeply unintuitive because typically when people die, they like lots of their brain is like completely intact. However, presumably, if you took out, I don't know, some like random part of their brain, like the part of their brain associated with experiencing blueness, if you took this dead person's brain and dissected just the pathway associated with blueness, and you lit up that pathway, you just applied electricity to it. I guess I'm just not really bought into the idea that there would be an experience had of blueness.
Okay. And how is this relevant to your argument?
Because this is the thing that we've been arguing about for the last 20 minutes, Mike.
No, it hasn't. All I'm asking you is, how do you know that there's badness or goodness in experiences objectively? You haven't done
Mike,
that.
this is literally what we were just arguing about for like 15 minutes. Now you're pivoting back to your original question.
No, so
I'm sorry, Mike. I've already
what we just talked about is irrelevant.
I've already answered this question like 8 or 9 times.
Yeah, so let me explain to you why.
You've already explained your position, and I've already dunked on your position like 8 or 9 times.
I didn't even posit a position here.
Well, yeah, you tried to give objections to my position,
exactly,
and all of them failed. You provided zero contradictions.
Well, just because I don't provide a contradiction doesn't mean that
you didn't provide any epistemic contradictions.
Do you know? Yes, I did. You didn't.
Were you about to ask me what epistemology is? Wait, if you want to play the pop quiz game, I don't think you want to play the pop quiz game. Let's just put it that way.
No, I wasn't going to ask you that, dude. Anyway, what I was gonna ask you is, how do you know that badness is something that is true or factual outside of our experience?
You've already asked me this.
And how do you know?
Like 10 times.
And how do you know that?
I'm tired, Mike. I'm not answering this a 10th time. You can just rewatch the VOD. It'll be on YouTube.
Yeah, what you're going to say is, oh, it's our experience, but that doesn't tell me that the experience is bad or good. I agree that we have experiences, but that doesn't tell us that it's a bad or good one.
If I experience blue, did I experience blue?
Yes.
So if I experience bad, did I experience bad?
I don't think you can experience bad.
So then the claim that if I experience bad, then I experience bad just becomes a vacuous truth. Do you know what a vacuous truth is, Mike?
Yeah. So let me elaborate.
Wait, Mike. Do you agree or disagree that it's a that the statement if I experience bad, then I experience bad, that's vacuous?
I reject that you can experience bad.
Okay, but you would agree that rejecting it just makes the statement true?
How?
Do you know what a vacuous truth is, Mike? Because you're applying an operator over the empty set.
Yeah. So can you demonstrate that bad is experienced?
Wait. So do you agree that if you experience bad, then you experience bad?
If it's definitionally true, of course it's true.
Not definitionally true, vacuously true.
But you haven't shown that you can experience bad.
I've shown this like 8 or 9 times, Mike. You can just rewatch the VOD.
Yeah. So how do you experience bad?
I've explained it 8 or 9 times, Mike. You can just rewatch the VOD.
No, see, what you're going to say is you experience suffering, but that doesn't mean you're experiencing bad.
Yeah, and I've answered this objection 8 or 9 times, Mike. You can just rewatch
Yeah,
the VOD.
so
Do you have
how do you-
do you have Mike?
so
Do
can
you
you
have, do you
answer?
have Mike? Do you have anything new for me, or do you
So can you actually answer the question?
Mike? Do you have anything new for me? Because I've already answered all of these. If you're interested
Yeah,
in my answer, you
what's
can
new
just
is-
rewatch. You can just rewatch the VOD, Mike. You can rewatch the replay.
So how do you like distinguish between something good and bad being experienced outside of some?
I don't take. Well, you've already asked me this, but I don't take a stance on what goodness is.
Well, so then you don't hold to objective morals.
I do hold to an objective moral fact because
then
I can say that
bad facts, right?
so I hold to moral realism just based on the fact that there exists objective moral facts, that there
Right,
is some
so then
stance
then
independent moral facts. I don't
Right,
need a complete
so-
theory of morality in order to assert that there is some stance independent moral facts.
Right. So kicking my grandma, is that objectively bad?
It's going to come down to how much suffering is caused. If your grandma likes to be kicked, then I don't think that's bad. I think that's kind of kinky.
Oh, so then there's nothing about the pathways that would tell you that they're objectively bad.
No, because the pathways are related to suffering. So if your grandma
but
suffers, then I'm going to say that that's probably bad. But if your grandma does not suffer, then I'm probably not going to say that that's bad.
But you just said that the grandma might be suffering, but she says it's okay, right?
No, because if she does not suffer, then I'd say that it's not
Okay.
bad.
Okay. But if your grandma suffers and says it's okay, would that be still bad?
Yes.
Okay. Really? Okay. You really want to commit to this?
Yeah.
So you're saying if I cause somebody suffering, but they like it, like for example, kinks or whatever,
No, because kinks don't
Kinks would
cause
be
suffering. That's the
objectively bad?
difference.
kinks would be objectively bad?
Kinks don't cause suffering. They activate a
But
different
they
neural
do-
pathway.
But they would cause suffering. If you listen to my example, you would know that I said it caused suffering.
If it causes suffering, then it's not a kink.
What?
If it causes suffering, if it activates the
There are
suffering
plenty of
neural
suffering-
pathway,
there are
as
plenty of
opposed to
kinks that cause
big
suffering, bro.
big dog. If it activates the suffering neural pathway instead of the dopamine pain neural pathway, then that's not like kinky. That's like this person is not having a good time.
But again, that doesn't mean that's a bad experience. It could be still a good experience, even if they're feeling pain.
It could still okay. Well, yeah, but pain isn't my criteria, as you failed to track earlier.
Okay, great. So pain has no relevance to suffering.
That's not what I said either, Mike.
Okay,
you
great.
gotta stop strawman and gotta put on your listening ears.
So then pain indicates suffering, right?
No, you gotta put on your listening ears.
So how is pain relevant to suffering?
So because suffering is going to include some level of pain within it, but which is not to say that pain necessitates suffering.
So suffering necessarily includes some level of pain.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, great. So then you agree with me before that pain is always involved in suffering in some way.
Never disagreed that pain is involved in
You
suffering.
did. You just did. But anyway,
I didn't.
well,
Didn't
it's okay.
happen.
It's okay.
So my claim from earlier. Wait, Mike. You're trying to pivot away because you know exactly what I'm about to say. My claim from earlier, which has always been the same, is that suffering always involves pain, but not all pain is suffering.
Okay. So, but you're saying that there is a certain amount of pain that would indicate somebody's suffering, correct?
No,
So then how do you tell somebody's suffering?
the neural pathway.
Okay. So if the neural pathway is being enlightened up and that person enjoys it, would that mean that they're suffering? Would that mean that's bad?
They enjoy it. Would that mean that it's bad?
Mm-hmm.
If the pathway is that, so I would say that there's some level of like qualitative badness to the experience. If what is being lit up is the suffering pathway as opposed to like the pain dopamine pathway.
What? That's just complete word salad. I'm asking you.
Yeah, wait. Let me break
How
that
do you
down for
know-
you again. Because if it's word salad, I'll just explain it to you a bit easier. And I've already explained this like 10 times. That's fine. I'll go for an 11th. Why not? Just that there is a suffering neural pathway, and there is a pathway that's associated with pain, but it's more of like a fun, enjoyable pain type neural pathway. That's the pathway that's associated with things like BDSM or like combat sports, for example. You're probably activating your like pain dopamine neural pathway as opposed to just your like like agony neural pathway.
Right. But let's say that that same pathway that you say is suffering is lightened up, but also at the same time, dopamine is being released in the brain. So that person kind of enjoys it. Would that be still objectively bad?
That's not what I said.
No, I'm just raising an example to you, right? Would that be a bad thing?
But okay, wait, I'm not talking about like, so the pain, dopamine, neural, oh my, it's like, it's okay. It's okay. Some people are stupid and it's okay. So what I'm saying is not that there's this just one neural pathway, but sometimes this one neural pathway is on and also there's dopamine present, so it's fine. There are two neural pathways. One is the suffering neural pathway. The other
I'm saying if they're both in
pain that causes like dopamine, like pain that it causes like excitement.
Yeah, so
there's
I'm saying
two neural pathways.
Yeah, right. So I'm saying if they're both being lightened at the same time, right? For example, and it happens all the time. If this is the case, then would that be a bad thing, even though that person is suffering yet enjoys it? Would that be a bad thing?
Because no, suffering is not enjoyable. It is literally unenjoyable. Nobody enjoys suffering. Like definitionally.
Well, how about bodybuilders who are suffering?
So if they're not suffering, they're like they're reducing their suffering because they would suffer more from like losing in competition.
So
and also I have no reason to think that
go through suffering to get
I have no
strong.
reason to think that working out causes suffering. The only thing that I have reason to think is that it causes probably like some level of like excitement.
Yeah, let's just say hypothetically that if somebody was bodybuilding, those same suffering pathways were lightened. Would that be a objectively bad thing for that person to bodybuild?
Yeah, I've already answered this question 5 times, but I understand that you can't like handle not getting the answer that you like. So I'll answer it again. That's fine. So in this scenario, which is not reality, as you just said, scenario which is not reality, that's going to come down to an analysis of the entire picture of whether, as a whole, this reduces suffering or increases suffering, all things considered.
Right. So then you've just conceded here that there's nothing about...
I agree you can say I conceded. So what's the concession?
So you're not going to let me speak. Okay. So,
yeah, what's the concession?
Yeah, so you just conceded that there's nothing about the suffering pathway that alone, simpliciter, that tells you that's a bad or not or good. You have to
that there's a badness present in it, but in order to say that, so events themselves are not bad. It is the experiences that they cause which we evaluate the level of badness or goodness.
Yeah,
we need to holistically evaluate.
I'm gonna
we need to, Daddy. So we need to evaluate the entire scenario as a whole, as an entirety, to determine whether it's going to be good or bad, just based on what it causes.
Yeah, that's a normative claim, right?
It's a debate about normativity.
You know the difference between meta-ethics and normativity, right?
Yeah, so normativity is probably going to fall into the, like, you should do this, you shouldn't do this, whereas meta-ethics is going to be a discussion about how we ground these specific facts.
Yeah, right, exactly. So when it comes to your suffering pathway that's lightened up when you're bodybuilding, you would have to be committed to saying that bodybuilder is objectively wrong and bad for bodybuilding.
But wait, you're like literally doing the thing that you're like, what a wild bout of projection this was. Wait, you like literally just projected this thing onto me. That's like the critique that you gave of me is like literally bar for bar what you just did. No, there is. So if indeed the bodybuilder suffers, there is some level of badness there. That is not the same thing as the event itself of working out being bad.
Oh, so how do you know that working out is bad or good?
That's going to be a holistic discussion, like a all things considered. Does this cause like more suffering than it offsets?
Okay.
Kat, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay,
great. So there's nothing about the suffering. So this goes back to your original claim where you said that the suffering pathway tells you that this something is bad or good, right?
Yep.
But now it doesn't. There's a contradiction in your view.
Well, now, it tells us if there's like goodness or badness present.
Ian, I know.
Wait, because that's like I understand that you're misunderstanding. Wait, because I need to clarify.
You have to let me speak.
Wait, I need to clarify though. So the pathway activating means that there is some level of good or of a badness present within the experience, which is not the same thing as like the event itself being bad.
Okay, so You said before that the suffering pathway being lightened up means it's bad. Now you're saying not necessarily.
That there is badness present, that suffering as an experience is bad, and that the pathway is evidence of the experience.
You're not addressing this, right? So your claim before was that suffering pathway lightened always bad. Now
that has never been my claim. Never.
Oh, okay. So then suffering pathways can be lightened, but that the
event of the pathway, so the experience itself, the event of like badness is just going to be present in the experience itself. But now the extent to which this experience happens, or what other experiences happen based on the event, that's a different conversation. Yeehaw!
Right.
Thank you so much, Itachi.
So the experience would not be able to tell if it's bad or good until you evaluate what happens next.
Until you evaluate how much like suffering is caused to all individuals involved if the action happens versus if the action does not happen. Yes. Really?
Okay, great. So under your view, if somebody gets murdered or somebody gets abused and it causes suffering and the suffering pathway is lightened up tremendously, that wouldn't be objectively bad until you go, maybe this person, maybe it's good for that person to be abused later on and the suffering's less because it prevented a war or something. You would say that that's not objectively bad.
Can you run that scenario back one more time?
Yeah. So let's say somebody was being abused and their suffering pathways were lightened up. They experienced suffering. However, you would have to be committed to saying that it's not objectively bad because it might cause less suffering in the future, right?
When we're evaluating events, that's correct. Yes, that there's a level of badness present in the experience, which means that there's a level of badness present in the event. But if that offsets like a huge amount of suffering later, then yeah.
Yeah, and this is just circular, right? Because now you're going back to, hey, is that suffering good or bad?
What's my conclusion and how am I presupposing it?
Yeah, so your conclusion is that actions are objectively good or bad, correct?
That they're objective moral facts.
They're
that way. And actually, no, not that actions are objectively good or bad.
Okay,
that's not my claim at all.
So a person is raped. Is that objectively bad or good?
Well, that's going to be in all scenarios that I could think of, that would be bad.
Wow. Okay. So it's not a moral fact about rape being wrong.
Well, yeah. I mean, wait, to be clear, like you don't hold any moral facts.
So now you're going to pivot.
Wait, Daddy.
Do you think rape is objectively wrong?
Daddy. So because what you're going for is like the optical rhetorical win. You're just saying you don't think rape is objectively morally bad. Big dog.
So
that's not the level. It is. I can't think of a scenario that would not cause a great deal of suffering.
I understand that, but this is what a subjectivist would say. I'm asking you as an objectivist, what is graping objectively wrong as a moral fact?
Is it objectively wrong? So the suffering caused by it is objectively bad. I don't prescribe morality at the level of the individual action. I prescribe morality at the level of the action, all things considered. That's just the standard consequentialist position.
Right. So then you don't actually have access to moral facts. All you have is because all you're saying is, well, it depends on the situation. It depends on the context.
Yeah, wait, so is it going to be an objective moral fact under my view?
It depends on the
situations. Wait. Oh, you already know the question. So what question was I about to ask you if you already know the question?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, perfect. Awesome. So, yeah, that's fine. You'll pipe down. So there is an objective moral fact that you can make under my view, which is just that the thing that is bad is going to be the thing that all things considered causes the most suffering. Is that an objective fact under my view?
No, it can't be by definition, because there are circumstances where it wouldn't be good, and then there are circumstances where it could be good.
Wait, what statement did I just say?
Well, you're implying that there's some circumstance. You have to take a look at all things considered to know that if it's good or bad.
Yeah. So is it an objective moral fact that the good action to do is going to be the one, all things considered, that reduces suffering.
Well, that's a blanketed statement, but all the facts depend on the circumstances and the context. So
Wait, under my view, is that correct? Is that true?
Is what true?
Do you remember the statement that I just said? Do you need it a third time? You gonna listen this time?
I'm asking. Yeah, say it again.
Yeah. Let's hear it for a third time because you couldn't listen the first time or the second time, but that's fine. So, is it going to be objectively true under my view that the things that cause more suffering, all things considered, are going to be bad if there are things that cause less suffering? Is that going to be an objective fact?
That's not a moral claim, though. It's not a moral claim.
But yeah, well, it is a moral claim that for any event, any action X, it's going to be bad if and only if doing X causes more suffering than not doing X. Is that true or untrue under my worldview?
Well, yeah, it could be true to you, but again, that's not.
Wait, but under my worldview, is that true or not true?
It wouldn't be. You wouldn't have access to moral facts.
Wait. I'm not. Is it true or untrue, Mike?
It's neither. It's moral.
Is it true or untrue under my view, the way that I've laid it out? Is that true or untrue?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you, is it true or untrue, Mike? Answer the question.
I'm showing you that you can't say it's true or untrue. Because you don't have access to moral facts. You're just making a claim again, right?
Well, but I'm asking under my view, is it going to be true or untrue?
I don't know your position.
Because so the reductio that you ran was
your
an internal.
Position is irrelevant.
Because you just ran an internal critique. Did you not? When you were running all
that's
like
what this entire conversation
when you
about,
were running like
I'm
the consequentialist, when you were running the consequentialist critiques, were those critiques of your view or were those critiques of my view?
I'm just showing you that you have to continuously.
You made the claim, Mike, that there are no objective
you're
moral
still not
facts.
grasping, right? So let me
Did you just say that I'm harassing you?
No.
Did I mishear you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
What I'm saying is it's circular. What you're doing is because you're still.
So what's the conclusion? How am I presupposing it?
Oh, you're concluding that there's objective facts about your normative claims.
And how am I presupposing it?
Which may be the case, but you haven't shown us.
Wait, so which under which premise am I presupposing that? Which premise that I say am I presupposing this?
What premise are you presupposing this? You're simply claiming that all things considered, there has to be subjective. There has to be suffering, and you have to assess that to know
all
if it's good or
things
bad.
Considered, there has to be suffering. Do you want to take another stab at that one, Mike?
Yeah, all things considered, there has to be an assessment of things being good or bad. And the problem is that's.
Do you want to say the entire sentence again instead of just a fragment?
Can I talk?
You're saying nothing right now. I have no idea what you even mean.
I'm telling you why you're being circular, and that you're still appealing to subjectivity. You're still appealing to your stance here. You're not showing why it's objectively true.
No. So saying that 2 + 2 might be or that 2 + 2 = 4 might be a stance, but it is stance independently true.
What?
So
no, that's an
wait. So saying that suffering is qualitatively bad might be a stance, but it is stance independently true.
How? How do you know that suffering?
Because it is literally hardwired into our neurology.
No, what's hardwired are experiences. But how do you know those experiences are bad or good?
Because it's connected to the reward center of the brain.
How do you know that's good?
Because it is quite literally the bad feeling. It is the shouldn't feeling.
How do you know that's good?
How do you know that shouldn'tness is good? Really?
Where's the shouldn'tness in your brain?
In the reward center of the brain, Mike.
No. No.
Wait. So do you think the reward center? Wait, Mike. Daddy. Do you think the reward center of the brain helps influence like should or shouldn'tness?
It might influence you to do things, but the shouldn'tness, that is a stance.
But do you think that there's an experience of should or shouldn'tness?
No, there's no such thing.
Oh, so then what does the reward center of the brain do?
The reward center just simply determines you to do certain actions, but it doesn't tell you.
And how does it do that?
Or not.
How does it perhaps say you
doesn't
should
matter.
do this, you shouldn't do this?
That's just the point is that there's
Wait. No, Mike, how does it do that? Does it perhaps say you should do this, you shouldn't do this? Is that perhaps how it works?
There is no pathway that does that.
Wait, but I'm asking you,
shouldn't.
so then how does it do that?
It doesn't. That's why I'm saying it's a.
So I'm not asking you about like the should or shouldn'tness. I'm just asking you, how does it incentivize you or disincentivize you from doing specific things?
Well, dopamine is a force that tells you to do certain actions, and other things like adrenaline.
You're stumbling over yourself right now, Mike.
You're not listening to me.
You're stumbling. I can't listen to you because you keep on stumbling over yourself.
Let me say it again. Dopamine it tells you your body to do certain actions, and adrenaline tells your body to do other actions. But you subjectively deem them as you shouldn't be or should be doing these things. And that's the problem. That's why you're being circular. You can't show me where in the biological brain is the shouldn'tness or the badness. It doesn't exist.
Oh, but Mike, I already have shown you this. The shouldn'tness and shouldness exist in the reward center of the brain. You're just not tracking.
Okay, so can you provide a scientific study that says certain actions shouldn't be done because of the brain?
That the brain interprets certain actions as shouldn't be
Exactly. The brain interprets things, and your stance says, "Oh, we shouldn't do this," but there's no fact of the matter.
So no, because this is all precognition. Every part of the neural pathway happens precognition. It's not subjective, Mike. It's objective because it's precognition. How can it be subjective, Mike? How can it be subjective if it's precognition?
Because actions don't have embedded in them some kind of badness or goodness. Actions are just actions. You are the one stands dependently deeming them as bad or good or shouldn't or should not do.
All right, Mike. Do you know what the question I just asked you is? Because that didn't answer it at all. Or did you forget? Did you say word salad because you're a dishonest individual?
It actually did answer it, but
yeah. So what was the question that you answered?
The question was
no idea.
The question was the reward system in the brain. Why doesn't it tell you shouldn't do something? And
that wasn't the question. Do you want to take another stab at it? Wait, that was not the question. Wait, how much money do you want to bet that was the question that I just asked you?
Just say the question again.
Wait. So you answered a question that you didn't even listen to, Mike, because you're a dishonest, bad faith debater.
Well, I was answering the question, right?
So then what was the question, Mike?
Just say it again. I don't remember.
You don't know what the question was because you're a dishonest debater and you're still lying about it.
I'm not dishonest.
If you're not dishonest, then say that you don't know what the question was.
I did.
Oh, perfect.
What's the question?
So you concede that you were answering a question that you didn't even know. Perfect.
No.
It's because you're a bad faith liar.
No.
The question again, how can it be subjective if it's precognition?
How can what be subjective?
How can suffering be subjective if it's precognition?
That's not what I'm saying. That's a straw man. I'm not saying that suffering is subjective. I'm saying that you calling it bad or good is subjective.
So is saying that 2 + 2 = 4, is that subjective?
No, that's an analytical statement.
Perfect. And this is also an analytical statement.
No, it's not.
Why not?
No, moral claims are not analytical claims.
Prove it.
This is what most philosophers agree to.
Appeal to authority. Prove it.
Do you understand how proofs work in philosophy?
Yeah, I do. It goes premise, conclusion. So what's your premise one, Mike?
Moral claims, especially in your view, are not analytical because they entail some kind of physical or biological phenomenon.
Do you know what an analytic truth is? Because Mike, the definition of badness that I'm appealing to is just going to be related to this feeling.
Yeah, so that's not how facts work. You don't just
Says
say,
who?
You don't just get to say that. The chairs.
You're stumbling over your words, Mike.
You don't just get to say Earth is flat because it's an analytical truth.
But what would be the definitions in these scenarios? What would you define flat as? That's not an analytical truth. That's a synthetic truth, Mike. I think you're confused.
You can just say Earth is flat.
And how would you be defining flat if it's an analytic truth?
Flat's just like a plane that's has no curvature to it.
Oh, perfect. Then this wouldn't be an analytic truth because the Earth is in fact not a plane that has no curvature to it.
Exactly, and that's why you can't do that with morality.
So then it's not an analytic. Wait, but you're just giving me an example of something that's not an analytic truth. I'm telling you that morality is analytically true.
You have to. You're just
Mike. You're getting frustrated. Take a deep breath. Calm down, Mike.
You have to let me speak. Okay.
Yeah. So how would it be an analytic truth to say that the Earth is flat?
Oh, because that's just definitional, right? That's why I'm saying it can't be that way.
In what way does the Earth satisfy the definition of flat?
You have to let me speak.
In what way does the Earth satisfy the definition of flat?
You have to. Oh, I just defined it as flat.
Oh, okay, wait, but it doesn't fit the definition of flat because Earth presumably
just
Earth
like
presumably
badness
is the spherical substance that we exist on, whereas flatness is just going to be a thing that has no curvature to it. So, in what way is the thing that we live on have no curvature to it?
Can I speak now?
It comes back to a synthetic
you
claim.
have to give me some time to speak.
You need better rhetoric. You're getting frustrated.
Okay, can I speak now?
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. You're claiming that, certain actions are bad because of biological phenomenon. That's a synthetic claim. Now, when it comes to the Earth being flat, I agree with you that you can't make an analytical statement about Earth being flat because it's also a synthetic claim. That's why you can't say that certain actions are bad.
Why is morality a synthetic claim?
Because in your view, it's attached to some biological phenomenon.
And why does that make it a synthetic claim?
Because synthetics are based on empirical data.
No, not necessarily. So analytics are based on definition. So if I just define badness to be the feeling, the experience of suffering, then that's going to be an analytic truth. Whereas it's going to be a synthetic truth as to whether or not the actual experience itself is occurring. The fact that this experience is bad is just going to be analytically true.
Show me that experience is bad.
It's analytically true.
Show me how it's bad.
It's analytically true by definition.
You can't say that.
By definition.
No,
Do you know what an analytic truth is, Mike? Show me that 2 + 2 = 4, Mike.
Ian.
Show me that 2 + 2 = 4, Mike. It's analytic.
What is a synthetic claim?
A synthetic claim is one that's going to be true based on the facts of reality, external empirical facts, whereas an analytic claim is going to be one that's true based on the definitions invoked themselves, which means that I can analytically just define badness to be this feeling of suffering.
Okay,
what would be your critique of defining it that way?
And that feeling of suffering is empirical.
Yes, but so the claim as to whether or not one individual, Michael, calm down. So the fact of whether or not one individual is suffering, that's going to be synthetic. But the fact that suffering itself is bad, that's analytic.
How do you know suffering is bad?
It's analytic.
You can't, Ian, you can't just say it's analytic because I can say God's real because it's analytically true. Right?
But that's not going to be the case because you would need to give a definition of God that is in line with reality.
Yeah, God is just a square circle.
Oh, and does a squared circle exist?
God is a square. How about that?
God is a square. Well, so if all you mean when you say God exists is that squares exist, I would reject that because I also reject abstract objects. So God doesn't exist because squares, real squares, don't actually exist.
I'll make a claim that it can't be falsified, right? Let's just say unicorns exist.
And what are we defining unicorns as?
Flying horses.
And do flying horses exist?
No, it's definitionally true.
But do they exist is the question.
Oh, it's analytic.
It's not analytically true because flying. Wait, because if by unicorns you mean flying horses, then this is only going to be true if there are flying horses that actually exist, Mike, which means it's not analytic.
It is analytic.
It's not true.
It's by definition true.
But it's not true because it doesn't confer to reality.
Oh, yes, it is.
So could you find me the flying horses?
Oh, so can you find me the badness in the brain?
It's analytic. It's defined that way.
Oh, so is a unicorn analytic?
No, but it's not because you've defined unicorn to be a flying horse. Wait, Mike, and I agree, Mike. You've been cornered. You have nothing. You've been outflanked philosophically, folded like a lawn chair at every corner.
So can you show me the experience?
Yeah, wait, Mike, and I agree, Mike, Mike. You're getting very angry, but let's just take a deep breath. Okay, calm down. You're flying off the handles. So the claim that unicorns exist, the claim that unicorns exist, that is not going to be analytically true because it's not true. Because the simple fact is that the way that you've defined unicorns, these unicorns don't actually exist insofar as you and I both agree there aren't flying horses, which means that it will not be an analytic truth that unicorns exist, whereas some people do suffer, which means that it will be analytically true that badness exists, that objective moral facts exist.
Right. So show me where badness exists in reality.
It's analytic.
Oh,
Within
so
the
where,
experience of suffering, it's analytic.
So where in the reality is badness?
It's analytic.
Okay.
Within suffering.
So again, didn't you say badness is tethered to suffering?
Yes,
And
it's defined.
And suffering is an empirical physical claim.
Suffering is going to be defined as the bad feeling.
Right, which is empirical, right? Which is synthetic.
Wait. So let's draw the distinction one more time. You're still not getting it. So it's going to be analytically true that suffering is bad, but whether or not an individual is suffering,
how do you know suffering
that's
is
synthetic.
bad? How do you know suffering is
by
bad?
definition?
Well, I can say suffering is good by definition.
So what definition of good are you using?
Oh, so there you go. That's why you can't say it's analytically true.
Wait. That was a question, Mike. Typically, questions require answers, Mike. So what definition of good would you be invoking in this sense?
The same definition of suffering you use.
I'm not asking for a definition of suffering. I'm asking for a definition of good. And if you're using my definition, my definition of suffering is the bad feeling. So you would just be affirming that the bad feeling is good. So I guess if you define bad to be good, then this statement makes sense.
Well, what's your definition
but obviously,
of bad?
that's just fucking nonsense.
Yeah, what's your definition of bad?
Bad is going to be the set of things that shouldn't happen morally.
Okay, so then to me, suffering is things that should happen.
Oh, okay. Wait, so you think that suffering is a thing that should happen?
Yeah, that's just analytical.
Oh, wait, so that seems to be more of a taste preference. So you just saying that should happen.
So is bad then?
No, because so insofar as bad is like the things that shouldn't happen morally, and that there is a shouldn'tness present within the experience of suffering.
That's why you can't say bad is analytically true.
Wait, Mike, and I agree we can grandstand as much as you want, but there's no contradiction here.
That doesn't make you correct.
There's no epistemic contradiction.
That doesn't make you correct.
I've arrived and I agree.
That doesn't make you correct.
You're mad as fuck, Mike. It's okay. You lost. It happens.
Oh.
It's okay.
So can you demonstrate that suffering is bad without appealing to your stance?
It's analytic.
Well, I can say suffering is good analytically.
Yeah, so let's just go through the term.
Okay,
you actually can't say that.
Right?
You actually can't say that.
Which of us is wrong?
Well, yeah. So we can go through this just based on reasonability. So let's go through it. So let's go through your terms, Mike. How are you defining suffering?
The same way you do.
So suffering is the bad feeling.
Well, that's just your opinion. I can say suffering.
Well, but that's not my opinion. That's my definition, Mike. So how do you define suffering?
Then my definition of suffering is the good feeling.
Okay, wait. So suffering is the good feeling. Well, that's just going to be a different claim than the claim that I'm making, because that just refers to a different feeling. Because in the sense that I use the term, I would be correct, because when I say suffering, I'm referring to the bad feeling, which means that you're actually just talking about a completely different thing.
You can't do that, Ian, because you're making an objective.
So I'm the one who refers to suffering, the suffering that everybody else understands as suffering, the qualitative experience of suffering as is caused by the neurochemical pathway, whereas you're referring to suffering as the good feeling.
Right, but the problem is you're appealing to objectivity. So there has to be the fact of the matter.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is the neural pathway.
Yeah, so which one of us is correct about being bad or good?
About being bad or good in terms of definitionally, if you just define suffering to be the good feeling, could you identify for me actually which one is the good feeling?
Whatever you deem as the bad feeling.
So you think suffering. Mm-hmm. So you would because then you're just reduced to absurdity.
Oh, why is it absurd when I can just say you're
to say that suffering is good? To say that suffering is that the people who suffer experience it as good, because the people who suffer, the reason why it's objectively wrong is just going to be because the people who suffer do not experience it as good.
Well, that's just your claim. That's just your opinion.
Would you mind gouging your eyes out right now if that's just my opinion?
How do you know?
Wait, Mike, prove that it's just my opinion by gouging your eyes out right now.
The problem is,
wait, Mike, I'm not gonna, Mike, you're not, Mike, you will not, Daddy, you're not gonna get away from this, Mike. Gouge your eyes out right now to prove that it's not the bad feeling.
Well, how do you know it's a bad feeling and not a good one?
Gouge your eyes out right now, Mike. If it's the good feeling, if suffering is the good feeling, gouge your eyes out right now.
I agree that there's a feeling
Prove
of
it.
pain.
Prove it. Wait, you can prove this super easily. Prove it.
Let me explain it to you again. I agree that there's a feeling that we'll all have if we gouge our eyes out. But the problem is you don't know if it's a good or objectively bad feeling.
You don't know. Wait, you're making the claim that I don't know whether the feeling of gouging my eyes out is good or bad?
Yeah.
You've been reduced to absurdity, Mike. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
No, Ian, listen. I agree that it's intuitively bad. But the problem is you're claiming that it's objectively bad to gouge your eyes out.
Intuitions are all we know. That's all we can know.
So then you cannot make an objective claim about this being bad or good.
No, because intuitions often actually grasp at objective things. The only way we know logic is real is via intuitions.
Okay.
Perfect. So then intuitions get us to objective facts.
That's not true. We don't.
Yeah. Wait. So how do you? When did you?
We don't rely on intuitions for logic necessarily. We rely on certain brain processing.
No. We derive logic from intuitions.
No, sir. Because certain things can be intuitive but illogical. No,
but the fundamental rules and laws of logic themselves are grasped intuitively.
Well, that's just the same thing as saying that they're tethered to their brain processing. But that's besides the point.
It's just that they're self-evident and obvious. That a thing can't both exist and not exist at the same time.
That's besides the point.
That a pen is a pen. No, it's exactly the point. Just that there are objective moral facts which you can grasp with your intuitions.
Objective facts means stance independent. So how are you gaining access to these objective moral facts beyond your stance of it?
Do you think intuitions are stances?
Yeah, if I intuit that something is that the Earth is flat, that's a stance.
All right, Mike. So let's think about this one. So, there's a specific bubble chamber that you can use in physics, and if you load up the bubble chamber, you can see various subatomic particles whizzing on by, zooming on through that bubble chamber. If you're an experienced physicist who's worked with bubble chambers a lot, you can intuitively identify based on the path and the traveling whether a particle is a muon, whether it's a proton, whatever the specific particle is, you are capable of identifying it. Based strictly on your intuitions. Now, is it an objective fact whether a specific particle is a muon or a positron or any other subatomic particle? Is that an objective fact, Mike?
Yep, but you can
So it's an objective fact that is grasped via intuitions.
Nope, you didn't get there from intuition alone.
But you did you literally did. So what's the specific thing that's being identified? What is the objective fact that makes something a path, a muon path in a bubble chamber?
Well, you can verify that with things like particle accelerators.
No, but I'm asking you because they know what it is just based on the path. So what's the objective feature of the path?
I'm not disputing that.
What's the objective feature of the path, Mike?
Yeah, I'm not disputing that you can't come to truth with intuition. However, the problem is intuition does not necessarily equate to objective facts.
That's true. However, the claim that I'm making, that's not the claim I'm making. Don't strawman me, Mike. The claim that I'm making is that intuitions can get you to objective moral facts, not that intuitions necessarily get you to objective moral facts. I
can say the same about subjective moral claims, right? But the problem is you're making an objective claim that there are stance-independent facts which ought to be derived without our stances, without our intuition. Do you have that ability?
No, because there's going to be an objective fact as to whether the particle, what particle it is, but the way that these physicists...
We're talking about morality.
And I agree, you can just point out that it's a different case, but the principle being appealed to is just that our intuitions can tell us objective facts about the world.
All right, do you think science is dictated by our intuition only?
What part of science?
Do you think scientific facts are dictated by our intuition?
No, they're dictated by evidence.
Great. So you think there's other evidence outside of our intuition that muons are certain particles and other particles are other particles?
Yes, so there's a couple of ways of arriving at it. So you can arrive at these conclusions by doing the objective test of the particles, right, exactly. Or you can arrive at it by your intuitions.
Right, so in your example, we can objectively verify those particles. You can't objectively verify good or bad actions.
Oh no, but this is going to be disanalogous because there's like lots of objective features about the world. For example, logic or mathematics, which is only arrived at via intuition. If somebody doesn't accept that 2 + 2 = 4, and there's nothing unintuitive to them about that, there is literally nothing that you can do to convince them otherwise. Just because, so intuitions lead you to objective facts about the world.
No. So we don't use only intuition to come to logical truths, right? We use processes.
Such as?
Linguistic processes, right?
Such as?
Syntax. We use
such as?
Premises, modus ponens, all these inference rules.
Yeah, wait. So you're getting circular, Mike. You're getting circular.
No,
so because you said that we arrive at logic, or you're citing modus ponens, a thing that is a rule of logic, which I am claiming we arrive at via our intuitions, as disproof for our intuitions. This is literally a circular argument.
Well, I would say that logic is, it's not something we just intuit in terms of like, oh, I feel like doing logic today, but it is something that is integral to our brains. And I think that's why other animals have, you agree that other animals can do logic?
Yeah. So what do we call the things? So you can come to logical conclusions without actually like consciously reasoning. You agree?
Right. So I would say that it's not just.
Wait. So what's the name of the process that comes to conclusions without reasoning?
What?
What's the name of the process that comes to conclusions immediately without reasoning?
It's called Christianity.
It's called intuitions, Mike.
No, it's
that's
not
funny.
Intuition. No,
that is funny.
It's not just intuitions.
That's the definition of intuitions, Mike.
Look, I would just say it has to do with the brain processes, which are not merely intuitive. But intuition obviously has a lot to do with it, but it's not just intuition. But look, the point is you can't come to moral facts just on intuition.
Why not?
Because people could intuit different moral claims, right? Jeffrey Dahmer could intuit that it's great to eat people. It doesn't make it objectively good.
Well, first of all, I don't think Jeffrey Dahmer thought that what he was doing was like good in a moral sense. But second of all, just because somebody's intuition differs doesn't mean that they're correct or that you're incorrect. So it doesn't mean that it's subjective. There can still be a person who is like correct and incorrect based on your intuition. Someone's intuitions can be whack as fuck. Let's go back to the bubble chamber. If I intuit that all of the particles are protons, but somebody with a more developed intuition than me can intuit that this one's a muon, this one's a proton, this one's an electron, then there's a difference in intuitions, but one of these intuitions is correct, whereas one isn't, and it's correct based on just a more refined intuition, not based on like a stance.
No, it's true or false based on how we can independently verify it. You can't do that with moral claims.
But that's going to be true of things like mathematics as well. Even if you don't like that example, that's going to be true of.
No, mathematical facts are analytical in nature, so there's no.
Okay, so what do you do if somebody rejects that 2 + 2 = 4?
I say, what do they mean by 2 and 4? It's just.
They mean the same thing as you.
Yeah, well then they're just analytically wrong.
Oh, perfect. Then I would just say that if you disagree with me, then you're just analytically wrong.
Well, the problem with saying that is that moral claims are not analytical. Also,
I've said multiple times that they are. What's the argument for why they're not?
Oh, because you're tethering them to some physical process, empirical process.
Yeah, I'm defining the process to be this way, yes.
Yeah, and that's not how facts work. You don't just get to define facts into existence. You have to show them. You have to show them and verify that they are true.
So that's going to be true of synthetic facts, but for analytic truths, that will necessarily be the case.
Yeah. So when you invoke your moral claims, they're not analytical.
Why not?
They're synthetic. Oh, because they include empirical claims.
It depends which one. So for the claim that suffering is bad, that is analytical. But for the to make the claim that Johnny is suffering, that's synthetic.
Oh, so then all you're doing there is all you're doing is subjectively saying, oh, this is my definition of what good or bad is.
Do you think analytic truths are subjective?
You're not getting to.
Wait, do you think analytic truths are subjective?
No, they're objective.
Oh, perfect. So then my analytic truth can't be subjective because it's objective.
Yeah, because you're not making an analytical claim.
I am making an analytical claim that suffering is bad. That's an analytical claim.
No, because you're talking about like the real world, right? You're talking about the suffering being a bad thing because of a particular pathway that lights up. That is empirical.
Yeah, so whether Johnny suffers, that's a synthetic claim. Whether suffering is bad, that's an analytic claim. You need to go out into the world and actually investigate things to determine whether or not Johnny is suffering. You do not need to go out into the world to determine that suffering is bad analytically.
Look, yeah, I mean, I agree that you can define suffering as bad, but the problem comes when I just define it otherwise and say, oh, suffering is good. And now the problem is you're making the claim objectively that there's something stance independent, like beyond what I think or feel or what I define to be good, that I'm wrong. I must be, under your view, I must be wrong. But you would say I'm not.
No, because under just intuition generally, you would have to jump through crazy hoops to disagree with this, to come up with a scenario where this is wrong.
And who cares?
Yeah, because intuitions can very often grasp at objective facts about the world.
No, you still... Do you agree that if I say suffering is good, would I be objectively wrong?
It would be a deeply unintuitive thing to say if what you mean by suffering is what I mean by suffering.
Wrong.
If you say that suffering is good, that's going to be unintuitive, like not just like based on like societal. This will be a cross-cultural, cross-species unintuitive thing to say.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant because it's my definition of what good is. So
and that's just going to be a definition that is like strictly unintuitive to everyone, which is fine, which makes you objectively wrong insofar as there's like specific facts of the matter that are just going to be like objective facts of the matter that are going to be grasped via intuition.
Yeah. So give an example of a fact that I'm wrong about if I say suffering is good.
It's unintuitive, deeply unintuitive.
That's not a fact that I'm wrong about, though.
But it's deeply unintuitive.
That doesn't make me wrong.
It's deeply unintuitive. I have no reason to accept this. Wait, so this is the same thing that happens when people disagree with your intuitions. If somebody rejects modus ponens because they have differing intuitions about it, I'm actually fine if my arguments aren't convincing to you. Similarly, if you think suffering is a good thing, that the experience of suffering is strictly qualitatively good, I'm actually fine if my arguments aren't convincing to you.
Oh, okay. So then it is and is not the case that moral claims could be both wrong and correct at the same time.
No, you would still be wrong. It's just okay. Like you can just be wrong.
Wait, so how am I wrong? If I say suffering is good, how am I objectively wrong?
Well, it would just be like a deeply unintuitive claim. I have no idea what you're talking about at that point.
Okay, does something being deeply unintuitive mean it is necessarily wrong?
Often our intuition, insofar as often our intuitions grasp at truth, yes, our intuitions in many scenarios
I could be correct. So I could be correct in my statement, right? I could be correct.
Yeah, I mean, but how would you prove that?
Okay, so then you agree that I could be correct. That rape is okay. That rape is good.
You would say that rape is good?
Under your view, I could be correct.
I wouldn't say that rape is good, but wait, you would say that rape is good?
That's my intuition.
Wait, but you would say that rape is good?
That would be my position under my view, hypothetically.
Okay, hypothetically.
Yeah, that's not actually my position, obviously.
Yeah, I assumed I was confused. Okay, that's fine.
Are you stuck?
Yeah, a bit, because I was a little bit bewildered by you saying rape is good.
If I intuit that rape is okay, how would I be objectively wrong?
If you intuit that rape is okay, I'm actually fine if my arguments aren't convincing to you. If your intuitions tell you that rape is okay, I'm actually totally fine if my arguments actually don't connect with you. I think that there's just such a big divide between our intuitions that it's actually okay.
So did you see the problem I raised to you? Like there's no symmetry breaker between something good or bad under your view, because I can just say, oh, I define
the symmetry breaker is intuitions. Intuitions reliably bring us like true conclusions.
But you just concede that intuition does not necessarily lead to objective fact.
But the only epistemic method that is going to be good are the ones that we should accept, insofar as we accept that like knowledge is a true belief arrived at via reliable mechanisms. Intuition is a reliable mechanism, which is going to lead me to the true objective conclusion that rape is bad, actually. And it's going to do this just based on intuitions.
I understand that, but
So insofar as intuitions are reliable and this is deeply unintuitive, I can reject this claim. And insofar, if rape is in fact bad, then I have a belief that satisfies the definition of knowledge, which is how I know that rape is bad.
you can't objectively reject it, though.
Yes, I can. Which step of what I just said do you disagree with?
So can you prove to me that graping is objectively wrong?
Well, yeah, just because any definition that includes rape as being good or not wrong, all things considered, is necessarily going to be deeply unintuitive, which means that I'm going to reject it. I have the belief that it isn't true, which I arrived at. Wait, hold on. I have the belief that it isn't true, which I arrived at via my reliable truth gathering mechanisms, my intuition, for example, in this case. And because of this, I come to the conclusion that actually rape is bad. I believe this, and if it turns out to be the case that rape is bad, then that's knowledge. I know that.
You don't, because you're just claiming that you know it, and you can't. You did not prove me wrong. You can't.
Wait, I just did. Wait, can you summarize my argument?
You're just saying it's not intuitive to me. Therefore, I can't.
That's not the argument at all.
Okay,
that's probably like 10% of the argument.
Okay,
do you want to try listening? I've said my definition of knowledge twice now. Can you tell me what my definition of knowledge is?
Things that correlate or correspond to reality?
No.
What is it?
That's probably your definition of truth, which is funny because it's a bad definition of truth, which tracks for you, but that's fine. So my definition of knowledge is a true belief which is arrived at via a reliable process. There's many reliable processes that we have access to. One of these reliable processes is intuition.
Right,
it is unintuitive to me that rape is going to be good, which means that insofar as if rape is in fact bad, and I arrived at that via my reliable truth gathering mechanisms, my intuition, then that means that I know that rape is bad.
So your intuition gives you knowledge.
Yep. It can.
Oh, it can. Okay, so again, so do you concede that it's not necessarily the case that your intuition leads to objective facts?
So in this case, if it is the case that rape is bad, and my intuition led me to the belief that rape is bad, then it is an objective fact that I know that rape is bad.
I didn't say it's an objective fact that you know. I'm saying, beyond your stance, how do you know it's bad to grape? And how do you know I'm wrong that rape is good?
Well, if rape is in fact bad and it's not good, and I arrived at this conclusion, I've said this like 4 or 5 times. I'm not sure where the disconnect is. Maybe I just need to dumb this down for you a little bit. Okay, so let's take it one. I explained it, but do you remember what my definition of knowledge was, or do you need me to restate it again?
A reliable pathway that leads you to truth claims that can be intuitive.
That's like part of it, I guess. Like just like a true belief that is arrived at via reliable mechanisms. Intuition is like one of them. Senses are like another one of them. Okay, great. Logic is like a different one of them.
But I agree that you can come to. I agree that you can come to facts with your intuition, but that doesn't make them objectively the case that you're correct. You could be wrong. So,
no, but
your claim is that you're objectively correct that grape is wrong. You have not shown that.
If the question that you're asking me is how do I know that rape is bad, I start with my definition of no, and then I use a reliable mechanism to arrive at this conclusion, which thus satisfying my definition.
Yeah, what's the mechanism that shows you that grape is wrong?
My intuition.
Okay, could your intuition be wrong?
It could, but overwhelmingly, it's reliable.
Okay, so
your senses could be wrong,
so then
but that's not.
So then your
senses could be wrong, but that's not any reason to think that the external reality doesn't actually exist.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying under your view, it could be the case that grape is good.
It could be. Well, that's true of your view as well. That's true of all views.
No, it's not. It's actually not true.
Wait. So is it possible? Is there literally any chance at all that like a God exists?
No.
There's no chance at all that a God exists?
Oh, well, it depends on what you mean by God.
Well, just like a deist conception of God, even.
Well, I'm not talking about God claims.
Well, wait, because so in everybody's view, there's a possibility that there's just like some like evil fucking deist God who set the universe up such that like rape is good, actually. Like, that's certainly possible. I just have no reason to think that that's the case.
It's possible, but I don't believe that, right?
Yeah, it's same.
But-
it's
but that
possible. It's possible that like the deist God said it to be the case that rape
I'm
is
not an
good.
objectivist,
I just don't
right?
believe that to be the case.
Right, but I don't hold to moral facts. You do. That's the difference. And you're claiming that it's a fact that rape is wrong.
Oh, okay,
You
wait,
cannot
but
verify
so
it.
it's possible under your view too that insofar if there was like an evil deist God, then you'd just be wrong about this view.
No, it wouldn't, because when it comes to morality in particular, it's my stance that it is always wrong to grape, period. Under your view, it might be the case that grape is okay.
But presumably, if this like God existed,
No, it doesn't matter if God existed.
no, but it
It's
does.
my stance.
But it does because he could
doesn't
objectively
matter.
set it to be the case.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
that this thing is wrong, which
doesn't
means
matter.
that your morality would actually be objective in this instance, which
No,
means
it
that it's
wouldn't,
always
actually.
possible. This is a possibility under literally every single worldview.
Actually, no, it's not, because it would be my stance that it's always wrong to grape, period.
Yeah, and that could be your stance, sure, but
Exactly.
it's possible that
So-
there's an objective fact of the matter.
It's possible that there's a objective fact about the matter, sure, but that doesn't mean that you have access to it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Right.
I mean, that's all I want.
So
Just that
can
you
can
agree
you
that it's possible that there's an objective fact of the matter.
Yeah, but can you demonstrate that? You can't.
Could
That's
I
the problem.
demonstrate that there's an objective? Well, yeah, because I'm just arriving at this conclusion based on intuition.
There you go again. Intuition doesn't always lead you to objective facts.
Yeah, neither do your senses. But that doesn't mean the sky isn't blue.
I'm not. But you're making a claim that something is stance independently true, and you can't do
Is
it.
it
You're
stance
failing to do
independently
that.
true that the sky is blue?
Yeah.
And do you know this via your senses?
We know this by, well, saying blue is, colors are really just part of experiences. But yeah, I would say that there are objective facts about reality that we can come to from our senses.
There are objective parts of reality that you can come to via your senses. Yeah, perfect. And there are objective parts of reality that you can come to about morality via your intuitions.
Yeah, but you have not shown that, though, right? You haven't been able to verify moral facts at all.
No, but so insofar if objective morality is in fact true, and it is in fact wrong for rape to happen, then it would be the case that I know that rape is wrong because I arrived at this belief via my reliable truth gathering mechanism, which just means that it would
Right,
be
but you
analytically true. Given the satisfaction of those conditions, it would just be analytically true that I know that rape is wrong.
What I'm trying to highlight here is that your intuition doesn't equate to objectivity at all.
But it often gets us to objective facts.
Sure, I can grant you that, but the problem remains that you haven't been able to verify a specific moral facts that you're claiming, such as grape being wrong. You haven't independently shown that to be true. Just like we independently showed that, the sun exists. You can't do that for a grape being bad.
Well, no, but I can just based on the fact that it's unintuitive.
Well, that doesn't make it correct.
But that's not the claim. The claim is that I don't know it, but I do know it because I'm saying that it's unintuitive.
How do you know that grape is wrong objectively beyond our stances?
Yeah, because so if we if rape is in fact wrong and like objective morality is true, so it is objectively wrong, and I arrive at the conclusion based on my own intuitions, a reliable process. If I arrive at this true belief via a reliable process, then it is just analytically the case that rape is wrong.
No.
So which step of that do you reject?
I reject that you can make analytical statements about morality, because I can do the same for, saying grape is good. I can say that's definitionally true, and then you would have to commit to that being the case.
Wait, it's not about, that statement wasn't analytic about morality, it was analytic about epistemology.
Okay.
Knowledge.
Yeah, so
That I know something, that it is analytically the case that I know that rape is wrong, insofar as if it is also the case that moral realism is true and rape is wrong, then it would be objectively the case that rape is wrong. So we have a true belief, And I arrived at this true belief via what? What did I arrive to the belief via? A reliable truth gathering mechanism, my intuition.
Yeah.
So I arrived at a true belief via my reliable truth gathering mechanism.
Yeah, but the statement "grape is wrong" is not analytical; it's synthetic, in your view.
Oh, but so we were not talking about the belief itself.
That you cannot verify this statement to be true. You can believe it. I agree. You can believe it to be true, but you don't know it's true sufficiently enough.
So we're not talking in this instance. What we're discussing is not whether it is wrong. We're talking about whether you know, or like how you know it's wrong.
Yeah,
and I'm telling you how I have the knowledge of that fact.
Yeah, and I'm saying that it's not sufficient enough to come to a conclusion.
Does it not fit my definition of knowledge?
Well, if you're gonna say intuition is a reliable weighted truth, then if I intuit that grape is good in the same way, in the same degree that you think grape is wrong, well, then you would have to think that I'm correct.
Well, so in a world where it actually is objectively the case that like grape is good in some like weird backwards world, and you intuit that grape is good, you actually would know that grape is good in that instance.
Yeah, but what if it's this world and I intuit? I'm Jeffrey Dahmer, and I intuit that grape is good. Would I?
We
be
don't
wrong
know
with
if it's this world.
What if it is hypothetically this world?
So okay, wait. So hypothetically, what if the actual world was a possible world? What a nonsense claim.
Yeah, it's.
Do you want it to be this world, or do you want it to be a possible world? Because it can't be both.
Is it possible that somebody can intuit that grape is good?
It's certainly possible that somebody could intuit that grape is good.
In this world, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in this world where it's possible, then it's the case that you could be wrong and I could be right about grape being good.
So if it turns out to be the case necessarily and objectively that grape is good in some weird backwards opposite world, then
no, we're talking about this world. We're talking about this world, right?
Wait. So I guess I would just need the argument for why grape is good. Do you want to provide the argument for why grape is good?
It's intuitive to me.
Oh, and it's unintuitive to everybody else. And insofar as our intuitions are very much in alignment on this topic.
How do you know who's right, Ian? How do you know who's right and who's wrong?
Oh, that's an epistemic question.
Yeah, you can't answer it.
Wait. So are you interested in the morals or the epistemology behind the morals? Which one are you interested in?
Both. How do you know that?
Wait. Because we can only focus on one or another, one at a time, Mike. Do you want the epistemology or do you want the morals? Which is it going to be?
Well, I think your epistemology is going to include intuition, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I already know that. I'm asking you now to show me that if I intuit that grape is good, why am I wrong?
Oh, because that would just come down to the fact of the morality itself.
What?
So you would be wrong. So if you intuit it.
I know you're stuck, but you can't
wait, Mike, I agree, Daddy, and I agree. We can like posture about whatever, but the fact of the matter is that you've been unable to find the contradiction in my worldview.
Yeah, so
let's hear it. Wait. Can you just give me because we've been debating for like 3 fucking hours now.
Yeah, so this is
wait. So Mike, you grilled me on my worldview. You should have absolutely no problem. What is the P and the not P contradiction in my worldview? You should have no problem doing this because you've been talking to me about it for literal hours. What's the contradiction?
When did I claim that there was a contradiction?
Perfect. Concession. All right, I'm ending stream because we just got the concession, but I love all of you. I actually hate all of you. This was fucking miserable. I hated this. Fuck all of you.
Tapi kalau luar Jawa 5 sampai 7 hari. Buruan kakaknya yuk, buruan dan buang kakaknya bisa ditanya-tanyakan saja. Kalau ada yang mau ditanya-tanyakan sebelum kita off artinya Pak.